Golden starting now. Subscribe dates.
And Gallon have rented the Sunset with Siding Stranger, Have Gun, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond.
A fiery horse for the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The building of the first railroad in the western United States was a tremendous undertaking. In addition to engineering problems, the men in charge of construction were faced with the threat of hostile Indians and outlaws. Their great task might never have been completed if it were not for the help they received from the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode ahead of the construction gangs, clearing the way for progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's an Indian uprising near El Dorado. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Our story opens at the Perry Ranch near Boiling Rock. Ray Holbrook was talking with Clem Perry's daughter, Jane.
Tain't likely I'll be getting to see you for the next few weeks, Jane.
Oh, Ray, are you going away from Boiling Rock?
Tain't that, Janie. I'm going to be so all-fired busy. I brought some powerful important news for you tonight.
You did?
What's that about important news?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Perry.
Paul, you've been eavesdropping again.
Plague take eavesdropping when there's news around here. I calculate to hear it. Go on now, Ray. What's this news? Sakes alive, I don't get to hear no news at all no more.
Well, it's about the bridge we're building.
Thunderation, is that all?
Paul.
Bridge my eye.
But that bridge is going to be a mighty important thing, sir. Don't you realize it'll mean the trains from the east can ride right through here instead of circling the canyon?
Who cares? I never had no use for that railroading outfit since they bought up old Silas Marsden land instead of mine to run the tracks over. Plague take the railroad. Plague take the bridge.
Boy, you sure beat all.
Well, what's the news? You aim to keep me up half the night waiting to hear it? Go on. Talk or get.
Good thing folks understand you, Mr. Perry, or they'd think you was high-tempered. Well, I'm in charge of the bridge from now on.
You? Oh, Ray, are you really?
That's right.
You? Them Easterners that put up the cash for the bridge must be addle-headed or something. You in charge. Well, that settles the bridge. I don't look for it to be done for many a long day now.
Well, I do. How'd they come to put you in charge, Ray? I thought Mr. Stevens was handling the men.
That's just it, Gene. Mr. Stevens maybe is a better engineer than I am, But he don't know this country or the folks that live here.
You lived here all your life, except when you went east to study.
You see, I side with the men as well as the Indians. I guess the men in charge thought I might get more work done.
And where's Mr. Stevens?
Oh, he's left. He took it pretty hard.
So he should. The idea. A doggone young upstart like you getting the job of a man like Mr. Stevens. I said plague take the bridge, but I reckon the plague don't need to. You got it instead. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Perry. Gosh, your pa's sure a fire eater.
He'll never change, Ray. I'm glad you don't take anything he says serious.
You really think he has any use for me?
Of course he has. The more he likes folks, the more he has to say about them.
Well, I sure hope so, Jane, because, well,
What is it, Ray?
I sort of hoped that someday, when I'd made a mark for myself, you might sort of listen to a proposal.
Oh, Ray.
It's about time.
Oh, Ray,
Don't pay any attention, honey. I understand your pa as well as you do.
Ray, if you do finish the bridge, what'll it mean?
Well, you see, Jane, the construction company has a contract with the railroad people. If the bridge is done on time, they stand to make a lot of money.
Yes?
And I'll stand to get a first-class job. That's why I won't be able to see much of you from now on. We're going to start tomorrow, going hard as the dickens to finish the job.
You finish that bridge, Ray. That's the big thing right now.
Hey, sister! Sister! Oh, hello, Ray.
Well, Jackie, sort of late for a kid your age to be outdoors.
But there's news. Gosh, I'm glad you're here, Ray.
What is your news?
Well, Bill rode in town just now, and he went to see the sheriff and told him all about it. There's a lot of redskins about 40 miles east of here, and they're starting on the warpath.
Redskins?
Yeah, and the railroad's the thing that started it all.
Well, how's that?
You know that big engine standing on the tracks near El Dorado?
Sure. Wait until the bridge is done. Then it's to be the first to cross the bridge.
Yeah, well, the engines have the idea. It's a monster of some sort. They're scared of it. They fired some arrows at it and didn't hurt it. They're sending some signals for engines from all over.
Oh, confound. That's likely to make some trouble.
Will it, Ray?
Your Paul must be in bed, or he'd be out here with plenty to say about it.
The sheriff has sent word for the army troops. He's afraid there'll be a real uprising before long.
I'd better go to the sheriff and see what he has to say about it.
Yes, Ray, and if it's going to be serious.
Well, I'll go
There's
right...
someone right in here now.
That sounds like the sheriff.
Hey there, Ray. I'm glad you're here. I thought I'd find you calling on Miss Jane.
Sheriff, what's this about Redskins uprising?
There'll be the dickens to pay about this part of the country if those Redskins rise up on the warpath, Ray.
I know there will.
Staying Harder Saloon was robbed a couple of nights ago.
It was?
A couple of barrels of liquor stole.
But that's a long ways from here, Sheriff.
Sure, but the liquor's a longer ways by now. Word's come that those Redskins near El Dorado are guzzling liquor.
Oh.
Well, that'll make them impossible to handle.
No, I know it. Listen, Ray, I understand the Stevens has left.
Yeah.
You're in charge here now.
Well, of the bridge, yeah.
Well, that gives you something to say about the railroad, too. You get them folks to take that choo-choo back east where it come from.
But I can't do that.
And why not?
It's waiting to cross the bridge.
Jackie, you better come back in this house.
I'm just looking at the sheriff's horse. That's all.
But it's past your bedtime.
I'll be right in, Jane.
I don't care what the train's waiting for. Get it back east before them Redskins get scared on the warpath. That's the main thing they're scared of, that choo-choo with the fire and smoke and all.
Hey, someone else is coming.
Wonder who?
Hey, let me go. Let me go.
Jackie!
What's happened? Weather!
Let me go.
They got Jackie.
Stop that horse! I'll get him.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. You might hit Jackie.
What's the matter? What did Jackie yell for?
Paul, someone carried Jack away.
Get after him, Sheriff.
Get up there.
They stole Jackie. They carried him away. Oh, Jackie!
My son, get him. Fetch him back. Don't stand there. Do something.
Miles to the east, two men rode through the night.
Oh, there, Silver, old boy. Oh, boy. Oh, there's how to look down on that valley.
That's where Injun meet.
And look how many Redskins there are. Something's due to happen around here.
That war dance.
They're getting ready for all kinds of trouble. That story we heard about the Indians getting hold of liquor must have been true.
That's right.
They wouldn't have put on their war paint otherwise. The Indians have lived in peace around here too long. We're going closer and see what we can learn about those Redskins. If they rise up here, the town of El Dorado will fall in no time.
No. Maybe it's better you go to town Tonto go to Injun.
All right, Kimosabe. Learn what you can about them, and I'll meet you later.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
El Dorado was 40 miles east of the canyon that was being bridged and near the scene of the Indian uprising. In the cafe there, we hear the bartender saying,
I'd give my teeth to find out who stole their liquor from us here. That rat has got to the Indians somehow. There'll be the dickens of a time.
You've got some more liquor, haven't you, barkeep?
Got a little for special customers, Mr. Stevens, like you.
Have one yourself.
Thanks. Don't mind if I do. How's things in the bridge going? Ain't you a long ways from your job?
I'm not in charge of the bridge now.
Ain't, huh?
No.
Heading back east where you come from, huh?
I may stick around El Dorado for a while.
You know, Mr. Stevens, I heard plenty stories about you.
Well?
Some of them ain't so nice to listen to. If they're true, I reckon I may as well tell you. And tell you I'd as soon you took your liquor trade somewhere else. If the stories ain't true, you better put a stop to 'em.
Well, what are the stories?
There's talk that you was trying to hinder the work on the bridge.
Why should I do that?
Tain't for me to guess. Might be that some rival outfit of bridge builders was sort of put out when one organization got the job and would have liked to see the bridge not built on time.
Rot. Where'd you hear such a story?
I ain't saying where I heard it. I heard it, and I thought I'd tell you.
The man that says I tried to spoil that bridge
Is what?
A masked man. Now, see here, stranger. Don't...
Stevens, the law wants you.
You're the man who...
I'm the one who rode away from that window in the hunter's cabin when you met the men who paid you to delay the bridge.
You want
Not so fast. I'll take that gun.
Now, don't shoot this place up, stranger.
There's going to be no gunplay here, barkeep. Here, take this man's gun.
You can't prove it.
We'll see about proof later on. Right now, the men in this town had better get ready for a fight. Someone took liquor to the Indians, and they're going on the warpath.
Me want to talk to you.
Fellow, what is it?
Me hear Injun talk. Feller named Stephen give him liquor.
That ain't so.
Are you the coyote that stole that liquor from here?
No, listen to me.
A man that'll give the Redskins liquor?
You can't prove that
Me bring friend Thundercloud here.
That man bad.
Chief Thundercloud.
All brave on warpath. Not listen to chief now. Brave, afraid of train. That man talk bad things.
Boys, you can't stand here and let a masked man and a couple savages...
Hold on, Stevens. Thundercloud is the best redskin that's ever been in these parts. I'd take his word above yours.
Him tell Indian tear village apart. Go west, capture all white men. Him got plenty bad white men to help him.
Who are your friends, Stevens? Who's helping you in your schemes?
You got nothing to prove against me. You can't hold me.
Boys, the Indians, get your guns.
I hear him.
They're coming. A couple of houses already afire. They'll get the whole town. Get your guns. Come on, we got to fight 'em.
We ain't a chance.
You won't hold me. Jim, get him loose. Let him go, Tonto. Right now, there's an Indian attack. Indians, spread out. Save your cartridges. You men get over there. Be sure your women folks are out of danger. All right now, men. Get your horses back out of the way.
The Indians swarmed into the cafe in such numbers that all resistance was swept aside. Before long, El Dorado was in flames, and the savages carried more liquor from the cafe as they left. Stevens, in the excitement, slipped from the Lone Ranger and got away. Meanwhile, Chief Thundercloud told the masked man what Stevens had said. In the midst of the battle, the masked man leaped to his saddle and shouted,
Hail, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, on with our story. After leaving El Dorado, the masked man raced toward the west, where Ray Holbrook supervised the construction of the bridge. All night and part of the next day, he rode the great horse Silver at top speed. Finally, he reached the sheriff's office at Boiling Rock.
Oh, the Silver, boy.
That masked man.
Stand back.
I said to grab him. Maybe he knows what's happened to Jackie.
Who?
There's been a young'un carried away. Take off that mask and hand over them shoot knives.
That's so fast, Sheriff. Stand back.
Now, you see here, stranger.
Who's in charge of the bridge?
I am.
Then get to work on it.
But you...
Come on.
Let me down.
You stand right
There's
where you
no time
are.
to argue now. Stand back.
Let me down. Let me
I'll
down.
drill the first hand that grips the gun. Keep back. Come on, Silver.
See here, stranger.
You tell me all there is to tell about this boy that was carried away. Meanwhile, we'll get to that bridge and get to work. That's got to be done as soon as possible. Come on, Silver.
But you can't take me.
Listen to me. There are savages on the warpath. They'll head this way and sweep all resistance before them. There aren't enough men to stop them. If you get that bridge done, the people here can cross the canyon to the other side, to the safety that's beyond.
But we gotta have supplies. There's supplies in town we need, and we need more men.
We'll get them, and I'll need some things from your camp.
There's supplies coming by wagon to town. I'll need them to work on the bridge.
The bridge must be finished.
It can't be. There's too much needed.
I know the difficulties. We can get word to Tonto.
Who?
And when the supplies are brought, we'll get them from town to the bridge. Come on, Silver!
The following night, Tonto, his friend, Chief Thundercloud, and several white men talked in their camp a few miles east of El Dorado.
No use getting the idea that those redskins will fall back now. As soon as they get done with ransacking El Dorado, they'll be moving west some more.
Yeah, all we can do then is to keep retreating.
Just so.
Them capture plenty other town.
That's what they will, and dad rat it. It's all a fault of that critter Stevens.
That's right.
They'll likely fight us all the way to the big canyon. And then when we can't retreat no more, massacre us.
What that?
Oh, that's just the folks from town, Chief Thundercloud. They got some of their stuff loaded into wagons so they can move on to the west. That's your horse, Injun.
Scout, what matter?
What is a horse, anyhow?
A white horse. That's Silver. Here's Silver. Where, masked friend?
Where's the rider of that horse?
Me not know. Here's Silver, feller. Oh, feller.
Take it easy, horse.
Oh.
Sakes alive, what a horse that one is.
Here, there's a note fastened to the saddle.
Me see it.
Let's see what the note says.
No. Note for Tonto. Me read it. Friend send note with Silver.
Friend not hurt?
Oh, him all right. Me see what note say.
There won't be no stopping them redskins now. The more towns they capture, the more liquor they'll get, and the worse they'll get. I tell you, boys, the only thing we can do is to head west to the canyon and make a stand there.
The next morning, the Indians began their raids again and pressed on toward the west. The ranchers and townspeople had to flee from their homes before the advancing war party. When they reached the town of Alfred, 10 miles to the west of El Dorado, they made a stand. But more Indians joined the uprising and Alfred fell. Then the people of Alfred joined those of El Dorado in the retreat toward the west.
Hey, don't stop them. Get up there. Get over there. We'll make a stand in Mill's Corner.
Won't do no good. There's too many of them savages.
We're going to make a stand, though. Pass the word.
When you get to Mill's Corner, throw off the wagon.
And we'll try and fight them.
Late the next afternoon, Jane and her father rushed to the bridge with startling news for Ray.
Jane, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ray, I had to come. I had a message about Jackie.
What about him?
You've got to stop work on the bridge right now.
Stop work on the bridge.
You heard what she said. That ornery coyote Stevens has showed his hand at last.
What do you mean?
Ray, the men who captured Jackie were sent by Mr. Stevens.
Stevens?
Yes, don't you savvy? He doesn't want this bridge to be done. He's jealous of you. That's why he took Jackie.
If he's got your brother, I'll
But he
kill him.
hasn't. He just sent word that he knew where Jackie was. He could get him freed if the bridge was torn down.
We can't tear it
You've
down.
got to tear down what's done and stop work on it. Send the men away.
But, Jane...
You heard what she said, Ray. Now go on, do it. Give the order to stop work there.
We can't stop. We got extra men working. More men coming all the time to keep the work going.
Just so you can finish it in time and get yourself in solid with the company, huh?
No, Jane,
That's the reason. You think more of your job than you do about my brother's life.
But, Jane,
if
don't
you
you...
cared anything about me at all, Ray, you'd stop work on that bridge.
This note guarantees that Jackie will be sent back home safe and sound if the work is stopped and the men sent away.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Why, hurry. The work's got to be stopped before sundown.
You wait right here, Jane. I'll go see the men. Stranger.
Better grab them all and get to work there, Ray. We haven't a great deal of time.
Now, wait, stranger. Listen to me.
Get to work.
But I can't. There's a youngster. He's been carried away by some men. If we go on with this bridge...
To work. This bridge has got to be done.
See here. You can't come in and take charge of this
I'm
job.
taking charge.
Well, I'll give the orders to the men. I'll tell them to stop work right now. I won't...
You get to work. There's some friends here now, Ray. Men who are going to help us.
Who's this?
A friend of mine.
Me fetch Thundercloud.
He brought help with him, Ray. There's going to be no stopping the work here until the bridge is across that canyon and the tracks are laid.
But don't you see, stranger,
To work. This man Stevens is insane with jealousy. We're not letting an insane man stop us.
Well, I won't work. You can't make me. I'm the boss here. I'm in charge. The company put me in charge. No masked man's going to tell me how to run this thing. This bridge is coming down and the work is stopped right now. I'll show you.
Me got him now.
No, it's my girl's brother's in danger.
All right, Shadow.
Let me go. Let me go, confound it. Let me go, I tell you. I'll get you for this.
Oh, look, those Indians have captured Ray.
Now what's to be done? Doggone it all.
I'm going to talk to that masked man myself. He seems to be the one that's in charge there. Wait here, Paul.
Here, work there, men. We'll have other men here to help you in a couple of hours.
I'm most ready to drop. I've been working so steady.
Keep going. Here, I'll give him a hand with that timber. Yep, it goes. Yep. Now, lash it in place and get those pegs in.
Let 'em timber lag.
All right.
Look, stranger, will you listen to me, please?
I know about your brother, Jane.
Then in the name of heaven, stop this work.
Santa brought me news from the east. This bridge is going to be finished.
Where's Ray?
He's safe.
What have you done with him? I saw you capture him. Are you in cahoots with Stevens, too?
No.
Won't you please stop? I'll do anything. It's my brother's life.
I'm sorry, Jane. There's more than just your brother's life at stake right now. You haven't heard the word from the east.
Keep going, men. It's sundown. Ain't it quitting time?
It isn't quitting time until this bridge is finished.
The men toiled on through the night, despite the pleas of Jane and her father. Even Ray joined the workers after the Lone Ranger had talked with him. Shortly after daybreak, a horseman raced into camp and reined in his mount before the masked man.
Whoa there! Whoa! What's the latest news from the east? Who are you? I'm the one Tonto told you to bring the news to.
Oh, well, them Redskins are still advancing. They captured Alpert last night, then shoved down the mill's corners. Then the white folks made a stand for a while, but they was finally driven back.
Where are the savages now?
They're attacking Red Pine.
Just 10 miles from here.
That's right.
Tonto!
You come.
Tonto, the savages are only 10 miles away now.
Oh.
When Red Pine falls, this will be the next stop.
Bridge, most done.
Get Chief Thundercloud. Tell him to ride east and give the signal to the train.
Me tell him now.
Stranger, the last of the timbers are in place. We've laid the ties so he can drive the wagons over.
All right, Ray. Now the tracks. Get those tracks down.
Right.
Mister.
Yes, Jane.
Won't you let me talk to you?
Very well.
You've driven those men so the bridge is almost done. But it isn't too late to save my brother's life.
Jane, the tracks must cross the bridge and connect with the tracks on the other side.
But if that's done...
Will you take my word for it that your brother won't be harmed?
How do you know?
Stevens captured them, didn't he?
No, but it was men he hired.
White men.
Yes.
Those Indians are filled with liquor. They wouldn't know one person from another. All white people are enemies as far as they're concerned.
Yes.
Stevens, his crooked friends, and your brother. If that bridge is not finished, every white person this side of the canyon will be massacred. The Indians are driving everyone before them. Don't you understand that?
What?
When white folks reach this canyon, they'll be trapped. The savages will close in on them, and it'll be the end. The end for you, your father, your brother, and every white settler between here and El Dorado. There, see that wagon? That's the first of the pioneers coming.
They're working on the tracks now, mister.
All right, Ray.
Thundercloud has started for the hill to give the signal.
Good enough.
Ray.
I'll see you later, Jane. Too busy now.
You wait right there, eh?
Sheriff.
I got a legal paper here ordering you to stop work on that bridge.
Where did that come from?
Jane's pa told me. Now you get that bridge stopped.
Wait.
Sheriff, we can't stop. We've
I
got to go
said
on.
Come with me, Sheriff. We'll need that paper later on.
But I
Come.
The settlers, trying desperately to keep ahead of the savages, held little hope of life. They knew what would happen when they reached the canyon. In the first wagon of the long train, the driver said,
We ain't a chance, Molly. But we'll go as far as we can. When we reach the canyon, we'll have to turn north or south.
There's the canyon dead ahead.
Come along, Silver!
Who's that masked man riding up to me?
You lead the way!
But who are you?
Cross the bridge!
Across? You don't mean to say
The bridge is ready to use. Lead your wagons to the other side.
We can make a stand there. We can make a stand at the other side. Maybe we can lick them critters yet.
The wagons thundered over the bridge and reached the safety of the other side. The Lone Ranger had already led Jane, the sheriff, and Jane's father there. And as the wagon stopped, The masked man talked with Ray.
Well, the train should arrive in a little while. Those tracks ready to carry it, Ray?
They'll do.
You men watch close when that train arrives.
See here, Dad Ratcher, stranger. You're running things with a darn high hand.
I live to see him hung if my boy Jack is hurt.
When I'll do that hanging myself.
The train, there it comes.
Tunnel arrange men at intervals to send the signal to the engine crew.
If only the bridge will hold it.
Now, let me explain. I told you, Jane, that those savages would sweep all white people before them.
Yes.
There was one place where a few white folks could hide in safety. That was in the cars on that train.
Oh.
Stevens has to be there. So do all these men and your brother, Jack.
Then the train is bringing them?
We can only hope.
And don't you see, Jane? If the bridge wasn't done, none of those folks could have crossed the canyon. They'd have all been trapped.
But, Jackie...
If I know Stevens' type, he won't go as far as murder.
Well, that train stopped.
As soon as it's across the bridge. All right, men. You have your orders. Surround that train.
There they are! Throw down your gun.
Wait, let me talk.
You talk to the judge.
Jackie, oh...
Sonny, are you all right?
I'm all right, Pa.
Have you captured those men?
We got him, stranger.
Is everyone across the bridge?
Every last white man and woman that's alive. They're all here now.
Good.
The engines, there they come.
Where's that sheriff with his paper?
Here, what in
This
blazes?
is a court order to destroy the bridge, isn't it?
It sure is.
Your witness says that the bridge is finished on this day at noon.
All right, I'll witness it, but we gotta fight them Reds.
Wait.
They're coming closer.
The bridge is done as contracted. Ray has finished his work on schedule. If the laws of this state order the bridge destroyed to save the people from attack, the state has to rebuild the bridge.
The state'll do it, but
There's
we...
powder planted. Fire the blast!
There she goes!
That's the last of the bridge. Oh, gosh, after all that work.
You did your job, Ray. Now you'll have another job. You'll have to build another bridge. On order for the state which destroyed this one.
The Redskins, they can't cross the canyon.
No, and when they've gotten over the fury that liquor roused them to, Chief Thundercloud will go to them.
Me talk when Red Man gets sober.
He'll be able to make them return to their villages.
And Jackie is safe. We got the Stevens crooks hog-tied. By thunder, if you hadn't finished that bridge before you blowed it up, we'd all been trapped.
Come, Tonto.
Hey, they're heading for the horses. We gotta thank them after all they've done.
There goes the stranger.
The engine with him. But that masked man, did you hear what he called his horse?
Sheriff, that masked man was the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's going to be trouble at the Cooley Ranch. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke, Brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular. Both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, but it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This way, Dave. Follow me.
You sure nobody cares, Holly?
If they did, you'd fight for me, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Around here in the alley. Nobody will see us.
Sure.
Dave.
Holly. You're awful pretty.
Am I, Dave?
All right, stay back, everybody.
There's somebody laying over there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on, Chester.
That's Dave Thorpe, Chester.
Want me to have a look around, Mr. Dillon?
Whoever did it ran down the alley into the street. He's just one of the crowd out there by now.
Is Dave dead?
No, he's breathing. I saw Doc in the saloon there. What's he doing?
He's coming.
Well, go keep that crowd back, huh?
Yes, sir. I will.
Dave.
All right. Hey, let me through.
Dave.
Let me through here, please. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, can you talk?
Let's see. Dave Thorpe, huh? Somebody shot him, Matt.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, yes, he got shot, all right. Who did it, Matt?
Well, if you can bring him to, maybe we'll find out.
No, not this man. He's bleeding to death, Matt. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Can you tell how it happened, Doc? I mean, where the bullet went in?
Oh, you don't need a doctor for that, Matt. His gun's still in his holster.
Well, maybe somebody outdrew him.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Let me see here. It couldn't have been much of a fight, Matt. He was shot in the back. The bullet came out right here. Where he's bleeding.
Can you get him to talk, Doc?
Oh, he's too far gone, Matt. Well, there's nothing anybody can do for him now. That makes a man feel pretty helpless. To stand here and watch somebody bleed to death.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even know who shot him.
Yeah, maybe not. But he'd know who might want to.
Every time there's a new moon, somebody gets murdered around here.
We'll get through.
Oh, here comes his brother.
What happened, Marshal? How is he?
He's unconscious, Joe. He's dying.
You done all you can for him, Doc.
There isn't anything I can do, Joe. The bullet went through his lung.
Marshal, I can't understand it. Who'd shoot him down like this?
Well, I was hoping you might have an idea, Joe.
My brother ain't got an enemy in the whole country. Never heard a man say a word against him.
Thorpe?
Huh?
Your brother's dead.
Well, it ain't right, Marshal. It just ain't right. Not Dave.
Joe, listen to me. Think hard now, will you? Somebody shot him.
What?
Somebody was his enemy.
No, nobody I know. Not unless it was some murdering riffraff just killed him to be killing.
You got to find out who did it, Marshal.
Well, I'd like to.
You better do it. Nobody's gonna murder my brother and get by with it. It's a mighty poor thing when a decent man like Dave gets shot down, nobody does nothing about it.
I figure to do everything I can,
I don't
Joe.
care if you got to take Dodge City apart, Marshal. You better find that killer.
They've taken the country by storm. L&M filters have soared to the highest popularity a cigarette ever achieved in so little time. And still, L&M sales continue to climb at a record pace.
L&M's give you much more flavor, much less nicotine.
That's because it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's smoke light and mild.
Only L&M has the Miracle Tip for the effective filtration you need. Smoke L&M's today, and you'll agree.
This is it. L&M filters. This is it. Something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it. L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
Join the trend to L&M.
King size or regular.
Both at the same low price.
All them empty cells out back, Mr. Dillon, I sure do wish we could fill one of them.
Well, it's not likely, Chester. Not tonight, anyway.
I sure didn't care much about the way Joe Thorpe was going on about you not doing nothing. What do you expect of a man?
Well, he was upset about his brother, Chester. They've always been pretty close.
There's no cause for him talking the way he was.
Oh, he'll get over it.
Mister, I guess you're right. Joe'll have to run their hide-buying business all by himself now, won't he?
He'll manage. He can always hire somebody to help him if he needs it.
Yes. Well, it's Miss Kitty.
Well, come in, Kitty. Come in.
Matt, this is Holly Fanshawe.
How do you do, Holly?
Marshal.
And Chester Proudfoot.
I'm pleased to know you, Miss Holly.
Thank you, Chester.
Holly's kind of new in Dodge, Matt.
Yeah, I've seen her around.
She was afraid to come here and talk to you alone, so I came with her.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, Holly. What's the trouble?
You tell him, Kitty.
I'll tell him part of it, but I want him to hear the rest from you.
Well, all right.
After the shooting tonight, Holly came to see me, Matt. She was pretty scared, but I told her you wouldn't let anything happen to her.
No, of course not.
Well, it seems she was at the bar drinking with Dave Thorpe a little earlier. And he had a kind of argument with a cowpuncher from that XT outfit that came in the other day. The Texan said Dave jogged his elbow or something silly like that.
Oh? Well, how mad were they?
Mad enough.
What do you mean, Holly?
He killed him, Marshal.
What?
That cowpuncher, he killed Dave Thorpe.
Well, how do you know?
I was there.
You were there?
Dave and I went outside in the alley just to get a little air, and suddenly this cowboy shot him. He must have been waiting or something.
You recognized him?
Real plain, Marshal. It was him, all right.
Well, how come he let you go?
I don't know. He must have got scared or something. But he shot Dave, and then he ran off. I got scared, and I ran, too.
She wasn't going to tell you, Matt, till I talked her into it. She's afraid that cowboy or some of his friends will get after her.
No, nobody will bother you, Holly. I promise you that. Do you know this man's name?
They was calling him Fly Hoyt there at the bar, Marshal.
Fly Hoyt?
I knew an old lady down on the Brazos called something like that, Mr. Dillon. Only her last name was Fly. Her first name was
all right, Chester. Holly, are you willing to testify to all this in court?
In court? Oh, I'd be awful scared, Marshal.
But you'll do it, huh?
Kitty says it's my duty.
Good. Now, don't you worry about anything. Chester and I'll ride out to the XT camp in the morning and bring this Fly Hoyt in. There won't be any trouble. And, thanks for coming here, Holly.
Sure, Marshal.
That's XT camp up ahead, Mr. Dillon.
You been out here, Chester?
That's where I rode by it a couple of days ago. They gave me a cup of coffee at the wagon.
It looks like they're expecting us.
By golly, it sure does. I don't like the way all them men's lined up.
Maybe I was wrong last night about there not being any trouble.
That's the trail boss, that big fellow there. His name's Jim Cavanaugh.
You don't know Fly Hoyt, do you?
No, sir, I don't. I didn't meet him. Hey, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Dillon.
No, they sure don't. Chester.
Huh?
Let's leave our horses here and walk up, huh?
All right.
Morning, Marshal.
You Jim Cavanaugh?
Your friend there also tell you I'm boss of this outfit?
Yeah.
I got 20 men here, Marshal, not counting me. So you better climb into your saddles and ride right on back to Dodge.
You know what I came for?
That gal Holly got to talking last night late. A couple of my boys was there when she did. And you ain't taking Fly Hoyt, Marshal.
You and your men are ready to kill me if I try, is that it?
Kansas law don't mean nothing to us Texans, Marshal.
Does Fly Hoyt admit killing that man last night?
Fly ain't said nothing about it one way or t'other. We don't find it polite to inquire into a man's personal business.
Do you find murder polite?
Marshal, you get sassy, we'll bury you right where you're standing. Then we'll drive a couple thousand longhorn cattle over your grave and nobody'll ever find you.
Which one of your men is Fly Hoyt?
Reckon you don't hear good.
I want to talk to him. Which one is he?
Don't pay him no mind, Fly.
Why, is he too much of a coward to talk?
No man calls me a coward. I'm Fly Hoyt, Marshal.
You darn fool, Hoyt.
I ain't afraid. What was it you want to talk about, Marshal?
Well, if it's not inquiring too closely into your personal business, I'd like to know if you admit killing Dave Thorpe last night.
I didn't kill him.
A girl called Holly Fanshawe says you did. She says she saw you.
She's lying.
She says you had an argument with Thorpe at the bar earlier.
That's true. I remember the girl.
Well, where were you when the shooting took place, then?
No place that'd do me any good.
Now, Fly, that ain't so.
Thanks, Jim. But I have to do this my own way. The boys here'd lie for me, Marshal. They'd swear to anything I wanted them to. But the truth is, I was alone when I heard that shot. I'd left the saloon and I was up the street there all alone.
You admit that?
I got no alibi.
But you say you didn't kill Dave Thorpe.
I never killed a man in my life. I don't believe in it.
Does Holly Fanshawe have any reason to lie about you?
First time I ever saw her was last night, Marshal. But I'm sure curious about her now.
Oh?
I'm rough in my ways sometimes, Marshal. But I ain't no killer. And I ain't no liar.
Are you going to prove it?
Well, Marshal, I'd ride into Dodge with you.
What for?
I'd like to have me a talk with this Harley Fanshawe. Then maybe I can prove it.
She was worried you and some of your friends might come after her.
I'd sooner blind a horse than lay a hand on a woman, Marshal. And that's the truth.
Okay, Fly, let's get going.
Where'd Harley be this time of day, Marshal?
She's probably still in her room, Fly.
I don't know where that is.
Oh, she's in the same room and house as Miss Kitty. She told me so.
Oh, good. I'll show you where it is, Fly. I want to talk to Kitty anyway.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, look. Here comes Joe Thorpe.
Joe Thorpe?
Yeah. It's Dave's brother.
Oh.
Good morning, Marshal. Morning, Joe.
Didn't take you very long after all, Marshal. Heard the whole story.
Holly Fanshaw's quite a talker.
Yeah. Well, it's Fly Hoyt, ain't it? Yeah, I remember seeing you, Hoyt.
Do you?
I was down the bar ways from you and Dave. He was a good man, Hoyt. I'm looking forward to your hanging.
I'm still wearing a gun, mister.
Marshal, how come you didn't disarm him?
I haven't arrested him, Joe.
What?
He says he didn't do it.
Who cares what he says? The girl saw him.
Yeah, I know. Fly's here now to talk to her about that.
What do you mean?
He wants to know why she said it was him.
Well, of course it was him. She saw him. Girl's got no reason to lie about it. Marshal, she witnessed the killing. She's identified the killer. That's good enough for me.
Well, it's not for me.
Okay, Marshal. Okay, then. You won't enforce the law here. I'll do it.
What do you mean by that?
My brother had plenty of friends here in Dodge. I'll get them all together. We'll come after him. We'll take on his whole outfit if we have to.
You try that and I'll throw you in jail.
I mean, when I say you arrest this man, Marshal, there's going to be trouble.
I'm not arresting him and I'm ready for your trouble.
Well, you're going to get it, all right.
That's a mighty hot-headed man, Marshal.
Yeah. And he means it about making trouble, too. Now, Chester, wait for us at the office, will you?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
It's down the street a ways here, Fly. Let's go.
Much more flavor, L&M filters, much less nicotine, light and mild.
No cigarette ever won such overwhelming success in so short a time as L&M. Never before have smokers spoken so enthusiastically.
Janet Blair said, I think L&Ms are the greatest thing ever to happen to a filter-tip smoker.
David Wayne wrote, L&Ms have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it.
Socialite sportswoman Mrs. Laddie Sanford said, marvelous filter, exceptional cigarette. Wish I'd tried L&M sooner.
Always remember, it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter cigarette.
Join the trend to L&M.
L&M, king size or regular.
And both at the same low price.
It's Matt, Kitty.
Well, this is a surprise. Come on in, Matt.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to come in on you this way, Kitty, but, I kind of wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Matt. What about?
Fly Hoyt just went down the hall to Holly's room.
He did?
No, it's okay. The landlady told him which one it was.
Well, I'm not worried about the landlady.
No, Fly's all right, Kitty. He says he didn't do it, and I can't tell you why, but I believe him.
But Holly saw him,
Kitty,
Matt.
Tell me about Holly, will you? Do you know her very well?
No, not very. She keeps pretty much to herself.
Does she have any friends, any particular friends, any men?
Nobody she ever mentioned, Matt.
What was she doing with Dave Thorpe, I wonder?
You do?
No, you know what I...
Matt.
Yeah. You stay here, Kitty.
No, I'm coming with you. That's her room, Matt. Here.
Hey, you stay in the hall. All right, I'll take that gun, Fly.
Is she dead, Matt?
Don't look at her, Kitty.
Oh, Matt.
What's the matter with you, Fly? Nobody shot you.
I got hit, Marshal. As soon as I opened the door, somebody hit me. Knocked me out for a minute.
Lying won't help you this time, mister.
I ain't lying. I come to and I seen her laying there. And then you come in.
Who hit you? Holly?
No, Marshal. Somebody was hiding behind the door. I heard him move, but I never even seen him.
There's no closet in this room. Where's he hiding now, on the wall?
The window's open. Maybe somebody was here. Well, he's gone now.
My gun, Marshal. Did he use that?
That's been fired.
Smart. He killed her with it and then put it back in my holster.
Who did? I don't believe a word you're saying.
You're Miss Kitty, ain't you? I seen you last night.
We're not talking about me.
I wouldn't shoot a woman, Miss Kitty. I wouldn't shoot a man either unless I had to. Somebody's sure trying his best to get me hung.
Well, I don't know.
Kitty, keep everybody out of here, will you?
Yeah.
I'll send Chester and a couple of men for Holly. Fly, you stay with me.
You arresting me?
Here's your gun, Fly.
Thank you, Marshal.
This is my office here, Fly. Let's see if Chester's still around.
I'll help him if you want, Marshal.
Now you can get somebody else. Well, what are you doing here, Joe?
Waiting for you. I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Okay. Chester, Holly Fanshaw's been killed over in our room.
Killed? How'd she get killed?
She was shot. Go get Doc, will you? And somebody to help you.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. What happened, Marshal?
Somebody slugged Fly when he went into her room. Then he used his gun to shoot her.
Who says he did?
Fly.
You listen to him like he was your father.
What was it you wanted to see me about, Thorpe?
Well, I was going to tell you I changed my mind about all I was saying out there in the street a while ago. But now, no, sir.
You know, maybe I ought to lock you up right now.
You can't lock me up. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with what?
Well, I mean, I ain't done nothing. You can't lock a man up for talking.
That's not what you meant.
Would you arrest Fly, Marshal? He's killed 2 people now.
Chester?
Yes, sir.
How long has Joe been here?
Why, he come in just before you did, Mr.
What are you
Miller.
talking about? What difference it make?
I had a talk with Kitty, Joe. She told me about you and Holly.
What?
Holly didn't keep secrets very well. She told Kitty how you made her lie about who killed Dave and how you set it up for her to get him into the alley.
Me?
Fly didn't get hit fast enough in Holly's room a while ago, Joe. He saw who did it.
No.
Tell him who it was, Fly. Now go on, tell him.
What? Why, it was him, Joe Thorpe.
What are you...
You might as well admit it. What were you doing, stealing money out of you and your brother's hide business?
You ain't gonna put me in jail. I don't care if I did kill him. No, you...
You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir. I held his arm so he couldn't get his gun up. It went off right on the floor there.
Well, you did fine. You might have killed somebody else otherwise.
Marshal,
What?
I don't understand this. I didn't see him in Holly's room. I said I did just because I figured you wanted me to.
Well, I did want you to, Fly.
Did Holly really tell Kitty about how Joe killed his brother and all?
No. Holly didn't talk to anybody about that. That or the fact that she was in thick with Joe.
Well, how'd you know then?
I didn't. But when he said he didn't have anything to do with it, I got an idea and decided to chance bluffing him. If he hadn't panicked, he probably'd have been okay.
You just made it all up, huh?
Yeah. But I made it up right. That's what happened.
Mighty poor man who'll shoot his own brother, ain't he?
His own brother and a woman.
He pretty near got by with it, Marshal.
Yeah, but when he picked you to blame it on, he picked the wrong man, Fly. You know, there are a lot of men I don't suppose I'd have believed. But that was his big mistake. I believed you.
Well, I swear. Marshal, wait till I get home and tell him about a Kansas lawman I met. Nobody'll ever believe me again.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Friends, the fact that L&M filters are sweeping the country is one good reason why I'd like to talk to you filter smokers who haven't tried them yet. L&M's Miracle Tip is the first filter that really does the job. And you'll like the way it draws. Beside that, L&M's give you a really good-tasting smoke. They're just what the doctor ordered. L&M's, king size and regular, both at the same low price. Try L&M's.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Use your head, bounty hunter. The sheriff wants me alive.
If you kill me, you'll never collect that money.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning, hey boy.
Oh, you finished breakfast already?
I've finished.
Good. There's a gentleman wishes to see you. He said very important.
Oh, what's his name?
Don't know, sir. He didn't say.
Didn't say. Well, where is he?
Room 233, just down the hall. He give hey boy $5 to find you.
$5?
Yes, sir.
Well, if he's that free with his money, maybe he's anxious to part with a great deal more. Oh, thank you, hey boy.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. 2, 3, 3.
Yeah?
My name is Paladin. I understand you wanted to see me.
Oh, yeah, I sure do. Come on in.
Thanks.
Now,
Hey, what?
sit down over there.
What's the idea?
Just do like I tell you.
Say, I don't like guns.
You
pointed
sit
at me.
down.
Who are you?
Simpson's my name. Chig Simpson.
What's the reason for this?
Reason? This. That reason enough?
Well, a wanted poster?
That's right. A wanted poster. There's $500 on you, Paladin, dead or alive. I aim to collect it.
That's a warning signal for all drivers. And that can be a warning signal for drowsy drivers on long, monotonous trips. You see, driving can make you drowsy no matter how much sleep you get, and driving and dozing just don't mix. Why take chances? Take no-doze, stay-awake tablets. Millions of times a year, safe no-doze keeps drivers awake and alert, helps you bounce back so that you feel sharp, ready for any emergency. How does no-doze do it? Ask your doctor. He'll tell you that no-doze contains a safe and accurate amount of caffeine, the same refreshing stimulant you get in your coffee or tea. But safe no-doze acts faster, is handier, and more reliable. Best of all, it is not habit-forming. And no-doze is so safe, it is legally sold on a national basis without a prescription. Get no-doze, stay-awake tablets to help you stay awake and alert. It could save your life.
Trapped in my own hotel without a gun in the light of the morning was unexpected, to say the least. With his 6-gun at my back, Chig Simpson forced me down the corridor and the back stairs to the livery stable across the alley. Realizing that he was a bounty hunter of the worst kind, I was very careful not to try to get away or to attract attention. We were out of San Francisco and on the Northeast Trail before the impact of this predicament began to make any sense at all.
Surprised you good, didn't I, Paladin?
Where are we headed?
Old little town up the Six Rivers country. Place called Hoagland.
Hoagland?
That sheriff up there sure don't like you none.
Sheriff? Oh, is his name Walker?
That's right. Sheriff Judd Walker. He's the one give me the poster.
Yeah. I don't suppose you bothered to find out what it was all about.
No, it don't matter to me. He said he'd give me $500 if I brung you in, so that's what I'm doing.
That poster's a fake, Chig.
That's what they all say.
Listen to me. I killed a man in Hoagland about 4 weeks ago. A young, wild kid who'd been bullying everybody in town.
Oh, sure. I suppose you killed him just to save the town, huh?
I killed him to save my life. He forced me to draw. I had no choice.
Paladin, I never knowed a wanted man who didn't claim he was innocent.
There were plenty of witnesses. Nobody tried to stop me from leaving.
Oh, yeah? Well, where was Sheriff Walker whilst all this shooting was going on?
He was out of town. And that's probably the only reason I got out of there alive. Sheriff Walker owns that town. You know that.
I don't know nothing. I'd come riding through there. He give me this poster. That's good enough for me.
You know, most bounty hunters have a few brains, Chig. I guess they missed you.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you're so stinking innocent, how come that sheriff wants you back so bad?
Because the man I killed was his son.
Oh. Hold up that horse. Now, Paladin, you listen here to me. I don't care if you're innocent or not. That just don't matter to me. None at all. What does matter is that reward money I'm going to get for bringing you in.
You'll never collect it.
And there's another thing you better chew on. I'm getting mighty sick of your yammering. Now, fake or real, the poster says dead or alive. And I ain't particular how it's going to be.
Aren't you going to unsaddle the horses?
What for? I'm going on to Hoagland as soon as I fix myself something to eat and rest up a spell.
They're tired, too, you know.
You talk awful lot.
Chig, what hole did you crawl out of?
Now, you just shut up.
Why don't you just kill me now, Chig? Save yourself some trouble.
I've been thinking on it. And the more I think, the better I like the idea.
Sure. You do that. And then you just try to collect that money. Don't you know that Sheriff Walker wants me alive?
He said dead or alive. And he ain't going to get you alive. I've taken all I'm going to from you. You get up now. Go on, get up.
What's going to be now? Huh?
It's going to be right now.
What's the matter, Chig? You so yella. You haven't got the nerve to cut my hands loose before you murder me, yella?
Oh, I'll show you. Turn around. Turn around. Leave me at that cord. Be better this way anyway. All right, Paladin. All right, the rope's off. You start running any time you want.
Oh.
And you can't say I ain't giving you a chance.
Yeah. Some chance.
Yeah, go
Easy, boy. Yeah. Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Martha, what do you hear from your sister?
She's coming for a visit, and I dread it.
Martha!
With the nagging backache and muscular aches and pains I've had lately, I feel worn out.
Nobody feels very spry with that discomfort, so do something for relief.
But how?
Try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Here, drink this.
Yeah. Thanks.
Easy now.
Hey, who are you?
Jason, Doc Jason. You crawled into my office last night. You've been hurt bad.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Sheriff Walker brought you down here to jail.
Sheriff Walker?
Mm-hmm.
This is Hoagland?
That's right. You had a bullet in you, Mr. Paladin. I always tell the sheriff about things like that.
You know my name, huh?
The sheriff found a card on you. That's when he brought you to jail.
Yeah.
You're the one who shot his son, aren't you?
I had no choice.
I know. I heard about it.
Did you? Well, tell me something, Doctor. Why do you people let Sheriff Walker bully you the way he does?
Judd Walker is a powerful man, Mr. Paladin. I guess there's no one willing to go against him.
Well, sooner or later, somebody's going to have to.
Maybe.
Have you come to yet, Doc? I see he has.
Ah, yeah. Didn't waste any time throwing me in jail, did you, Walker?
I ain't gonna waste any time hanging you from a rope, neither.
Making up fake posters on a man's one thing. Murdering him is another.
You talk about murder. You murdered my boy. Now, look, Sheriff, maybe you should check into that a little more. I mean, a lot of folks saw that fight, and they said that it really wasn't Paladin's fault.
Now, you listen to me, Doc. You got a little black bag you can carry around and fix people up with when they ain't feeling right. But that's all that gives you title to, so don't you tell me how to run my town.
Yes, Sheriff.
Now, there's just one thing I want from you. How long before he can stand on his feet?
Well, it's hard to say.
How long?
Well, week, maybe.
You better make it less time than that, Doc. I don't think I can wait a week.
Sheriff?
Back here.
Oh, Sheriff, I gotta talk to you. It's about that Paladin. Well, what do you know about that?
Yeah. You had a long walk, didn't you, Chig?
Yeah. Long enough. I sure didn't count on you getting this far.
Maybe you're not as good a shot as you figured you were.
Well, it don't matter none. You're caught. So that titles me to my money, Sheriff. Sheriff?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I'm talking about the reward money for bringing in Paladin.
I didn't see you bring him in.
You didn't see me? Well, now, looky here, Walker. I brung him all the way from San Francisco.
Far as I could see, he come in by himself.
No such of a thing. I brung him, I tell you. Well, you heard him say yourself, I was the one shot him.
I didn't hear nothing.
Well, look, listen, Sheriff. You promised me $500 if I got him. Well, I got him. Now, you better pay up.
Get out of here, Chig. I said, get out of here. I don't want you in town no more.
Oh, you ain't gonna get away with this, Walker.
You gonna stop me?
Well, you owe me $500, Sheriff. I'm gonna collect it, one way or another.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Say, Charlie, isn't that your French girlfriend coming into the service department?
Yeah, Bergen, isn't she a doll? Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I don't wish to bother you.
Oh, think nothing of it. Beautiful women always bother me.
It is my automobile. She has a squeak.
Oh, poor thing. It probably needs one of our quality guardian maintenance lubrications.
Fantastic. How did you know that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
Specialized training?
Oui. The servicemen at all Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, Chevy, and GMC truck dealers get special training. That's what makes them guardian maintenance servicemen. They're trained to know your GM product best.
You are so wonderful. Oh, I must kiss you.
Gladly.
Oh, la la. How did you learn to kiss like that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
You're coming along fine, Mr. Paladin.
How long do you think it can stall, Doc?
What do you mean?
I can get up now, and you know it. Judd Walker is bound to figure it out, too.
Well, I had to do something. Maybe you'll have a chance this way.
Chance? Locked in a jail cell, watched by a man who's crazy mad because I killed his son?
What else could I do? Now, look, Paladin.
You finished with him, Doc?
Yes, I am.
How much longer is it going to be?
Well, he's still pretty sick.
You don't look sick to me. You know, I'm beginning to get me a feeling about you, Doc.
Sheriff, this man has a bad bullet wound.
Yeah? Well, let's see. Get up, Paladin.
No, now don't. If he gets up, that wound will open and he'll bleed to death inside an hour.
Okay, Doc. I'm going to listen to you just this once more. But you better not be fooling me. Because if you are, you're going to hurt. You're going to hurt real bad.
Paladin? Paladin!
Hey, who's there?
Me, Doc Jason.
Doc.
I got the keys.
What are you doing here this time of night?
I've been thinking about it all day, Paladin. I can't let him hang you. No matter what, I can't let him.
Where's the sheriff now?
I just saw him down at the saloon.
Well, if he finds out, he'll probably kill you.
You hurry. He may come back any minute. I got your horse out back.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I want to see if there's a gun in this desk.
No. He never keeps guns in here. It's the sheriff.
Hey!
Run, Paladin!
Hold it! You take one more step, I'll blow you clean in half. You sniveling little skunk. You was going to turn him loose.
All right, Sheriff. Maybe you're going to kill me. I don't know, but I do know I'm not going to bow to you anymore. Not ever.
You bow. Right now.
Why, you...
You still ain't strong enough to beat me, pal.
You didn't have to pistol whip the doc.
Why not? Now when he wakes up, he'll have something to think about.
Someday the people in this town are going to step all over you, Walker.
Well, if they do, you ain't going to be here to see it, because tonight's your night to hang. Now you just pick yourself up off that floor and move on out of here. I got me a special place to string you up. Real special. Oh. Get down, Paladin. Now move on in there ahead of me.
You always hang people in a graveyard, Sheriff?
There's something I want you to see. All right, hold it. See that headstone, Paladin?
I see it.
Well, get a little closer and read it out. Go on, there's enough moonlight.
Thatch Walker, born 1856, died 1875, murdered by a man called Paladin. That what you wanted me to see?
Yeah, and something else. You see that tree limb there hanging out over my boy's grave?
Yeah?
I swore the man that killed my son was going to hang from that limb.
You're sick, Walker.
Well, you just keep saying that when you're dancing on the end of that rope. Who's that?
Me. Jake Simpson.
I thought I told you to get out of town.
Yeah, I've been hiding, Sheriff. Watching. I see you come out here, I followed you.
All right, you followed. Now get.
No. I told you you owe me $500. I aim to collect it.
Where are you? Why don't you step out so I can see you?
Oh, I will. Just as soon as you drop that gun.
Now, you know I can't do that. Paladin might get away.
That ain't no concern of mine.
Now look, Chig, I was fixing to pay you all along.
Sure, I bet you would.
No, it's a fact. Look here, I got a roll of money right here in my pocket. It ain't all of it, but I'll give you the rest when we get back to town. Well, come on out. I'll give it to you.
All right. I'm coming out to get it. But you stand easy, Sheriff. Just keep your gun pointed right to Paladin. But I'll kill you if you don't.
I don't think you will, Chig.
Sheriff?
Darn fool hit me. Did I get him?
Yeah. He's dead.
Looks like I ain't gonna hang you after all, Paladin.
Looks that way.
Funny, ain't it? Me dying here beside my boy's grave instead of you. It's real fun.
No, Sheriff, I don't think it's funny at all.
Get the really light refreshment.
Sociable.
This is where I talk, hey? Get the really light refreshment. That's Pepsi-Cola, of course.
I just wanted to say be sociable, Charlie.
Of course, Kay. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi on the road or at home. It always refreshes without filling.
Charlie.
Pick up extra cartons now. Pepsi is so delicious it goes fast. That's why you should keep plenty of Pepsi on hand.
Mine. Oops. Maybe I'd better sing.
Be sure to say keep Pepsi handy.
Yes, Charlie. But the song says it sociably.
Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
What Kay means is get plenty of Pepsi next time you shop.
Well, yes.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, Bandits of Badwater County. Say, boys and girls, if you'd like to sit down to a really scrumptious breakfast treat tomorrow morning, just pour yourself out a big bowl of new Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Add milk and dig in. Those luscious golden hearts of corn just can't be beat for flavor. And no sugar needed. Sugar Corn Pops are already sweetened for you just right. Now, let's listen. Foremost among the champions of law and order in the days when the first railroads nosed their way westward was United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok. His blue steel courage and fearless daring were matched only by the faithfulness of the deputy who rode at his side, the mountainous Jingles. Tirelessly, this pair of lawmen roamed the West in search of those who lived outside the law, and it was inevitable that sooner or later they'd run into the bandits of Badwater County.
Sheriff, I've been mail clerk on this railroad since it got up ahead of steam in its first engine, but I ain't ever been as scared as I am now.
Now, settle down, Jim. Things ain't always as bad as they seem.
Oh, they ain't, huh? You and me sitting here in a box full of payroll money after all that's been happening in the past 3 months?
Well, don't borrow trouble, Jim. It ain't happened yet.
Well, you can bet if some bandits do hold us up and get this payroll, might as well shoot us too. Those construction workers are in a mighty mean state of mind. They don't get this money today, they'll get our necks.
Now, like I say, Jim, nothing's happened yet, and don't you go...
Sheriff! Stop it. We ain't to Badwater yet.
Now, you keep your head, Jim.
Well, what are we stopping here for?
Well, maybe one of the cars has got a hot box.
Yeah, but maybe it's something else. Listen.
Hey, Sheriff! You in there?
Who's that?
Sounds like Matt Webster, the construction superintendent of the railroad.
Sheriff, can you hear me? This is Matt Webster. Everything's all right. You can open up.
All right, Matt. Now, you see, Jim, that's Matt, all right. I'd know his voice anywhere. Have to admit, I'm right relieved myself. Here, help me with this lock.
Well, I'm right glad to turn over the payroll money to him and get it off my mind.
Yeah. Well, Matt, I'm mighty glad... Hey, you ain't Matt Webster.
Sheriff, they were a mess. It's a holdup.
Well, now, you catch on real quick. All right, Sheriff. Hand over that payroll money. Just throw it on the box.
No, sir, I ain't throwing nothing but lead.
All right, boys. Get up in there and get that box.
Oh, Bill, he's coming around. Doc said it'd be all right.
That slug sure parted his hair, Jingles.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, just take it easy, Sheriff. Don't rush anything.
Howdy, Sheriff. It's Wild Bill Hickok and Jingle.
Oh, Bill, I'm sure glad to see you around. Those bandits make off with that payroll?
Reckon so, Sheriff. You and the clerk were laid out cold, and the money box was gone.
Dad-blasted sneaking road agents pulled a low-down trick on me.
What was that, Sheriff?
Man, you here, too?
Yeah?
One of them Jaspers talks like you. Sounds just like you. In fact, he called in and said it was you and to open up.
Well, now that makes it real clear as to why you opened the door.
Why? You didn't think I was in cahoots with those coyotes, did you?
No, Sheriff, but that crowd outside thinks so. You feel good enough to talk to them?
Sure, I'll talk to them.
Well, then let's go outside. I'll try to keep the men in hand, with Wild Bill's help.
I figure we can do that all right, Matt.
Yeah, we'll be backing you and the sheriff, Matt. Let's go.
Be ready now, Jingles.
I've been ready, Bill.
There they are, men. All right, Matt. Turn that crooked sheriff over to us. We'll string him up.
Quiet. Hold it, men. All right. Now listen to me.
You're just stalling, Matt Webster. We all want our pay. We want it now. No crooked sheriff is going to keep it away from us. Make him tell us where it is.
Now, that's going to do you no good running me down, Bull Hadley. The payroll was stolen, that's that. But we're going to try and get it back.
Yeah, and if you don't, you're going to do a jig at the end of a rope, Sheriff. And if we don't get our pay, there's going to be some railroad property smashed up, too.
All right, that's enough, mister.
Now, just who do you think you are talking so big?
I'm a United States Marshal in this territory. And I'm here to see that you don't have any necktie socials or wreck any railroad property. Is that clear?
Well, I hear you talking, but it don't seem to make any impression.
Bill, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Easy, partner. That crowd's in a rough mood. Mister, maybe it'd make more impression on you if I cooled you off in jail for a day or so.
You ain't taking me to no jail. I got a special way of taking care of smart Jack U.S. Marshals.
I'd be careful about demonstrating it if I were you, Bull.
Yeah? I'm gonna be right careful.
Bill is coming for you.
You sure talking this
Quiet, Hadley. Well, talking ain't all I'm doing to you.
Watch the crowd, Jingles.
Yeah. All right, the rest of you milling mavericks, keep your distance and keep your hands away from those 6 guns. You heard me. You got a grandstand seat to watch Wild Bill Hickok. Now enjoy it.
So that's who you are.
Yeah, now I'm going to give you time to think it over.
That's it, Bill. There you are, gents. Anybody else care to try matching Wild Bill?
That's enough, Jingles. All right, Bull, on your way.
You ain't stopping us that easy, Hickok. We'll be back to get you and that no-good sheriff real soon.
Wranglers, you ever see Wild Bill Hickok Marshal's badge? Outlaws have a healthy respect for that badge. How'd you like one just like it? Well, sir, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops are fixing to pin a Marshal's badge just like Wild Bill's on you. Oh, it's a humdinger. Big 6-pointer star, hefty as a nugget, all silvery shining. And right around the edge, engraved deep and outlined in black enamel, it reads, Marshal Wild Bill Hickok. And there's Wild Bill and Jingles' picture right in the center. And tell you something else, this badge comes with a fancy badge-carrying case of simulated brown leather. The cover has Wild Bill's insignia stamped right on it. Oh, it's fine for carrying in your pocket when you want to operate secret. Carries your official marshal identification and membership card, too. Now, Wranglers, the whole kit and caboodle is easy can be to get. Just mail the top from a box of those fine-eating Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops and 25 cents to Kellogg's, Box 306, Battle Creek, Michigan. That's all. A top from your Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops box and 25 cents to Kellogg's, Box 306, Battle Creek, Michigan. But don't you be letting the grass grow under your feet. Send for your Wild Bill Hickok Marshal's badge today. This offer's good only in those areas permitting such offers.
When Wild Bill Hickok met and whipped the mob's leader, Bull Hadley, they all dispersed, but with Bull threatening that they'd return to get both Hickok and the sheriff. Bill, in the meantime, talked to Matt Webster in the sheriff's office, trying to find some clue to the identity of the payroll robbers.
I can't tell you anything, Hickok, except that this is only one of a long line of incidents against my construction company.
Bill, it looks like somebody was trying to run Matt's company into the ground so they could get the building contract for the railroad.
Yeah, but just somebody ain't anybody in particular. And you gotta have some particular somebody before you can lock them up.
Ain't so sure I understand that, Jingles.
Well, I ain't so sure I do myself. What are we gonna do, Bill?
Find somebody to lock up for the robbery.
Well, who?
That's what we have to find out.
Oh, Bill, I don't get you.
We're going to try a trick, partner.
Oh, good. I like tricks.
Well, I don't like the one that bandit played on me. Talking in a voice that sounded just like Matt here.
Yeah, well, I sure hope your trick works, Hickok. With the payroll gone, if that mob destroys any of the railroad property or my equipment, well, it'll finish my company.
Yeah, Bill. Matt's closer to bankruptcy now than he's let on.
Oh, now that's a downright shame.
All right, here's my plan. Jingles and I were sent out here to watch for a government shipment of gold from the men at Carson City bound for Washington.
Gold? Well, hopping horn toads, Bill. Those bandits got wind of that, we'd be in trouble right up to our gun belts.
And that's just what they're going to do.
Bill, you loco? You wouldn't take a chance on that.
Well, you let the word leak out among the workers that this shipment is coming through Badwater tomorrow morning.
Well, if you say so.
Oh, but it really ain't going to be coming, eh, Bill?
No, Sheriff. Matt, I want you to arrange for an eastbound special. Just a locomotive and one car. Make it look like a hot shot.
I gotcha, Bill.
Bill, we ain't going to be riding that special, are we?
We sure are, partner.
Uh-oh, I was afraid of that.
And I'm going to be right with you, Jingles.
That won't be necessary, Sheriff.
I don't care. I was the one that lost that payroll. I want to be there when those owl hoots are caught.
If they take our bait, you mean?
Yeah, we're the bait. All locked up in that car. We'll just be sitting ducks for those varmints.
Well, you got everything straight, Matt?
Sure have, Mr. Hickok. I'll have that hot shot ready to roll in and pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And the way I'll put it on around town, she'll look like she's carrying the whole daggum mint.
Good. Come on, Jingles. We might as well get over to the hotel and get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, looks like tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Good night, gents, and good luck to us. Now, who could that be, Bill?
You know a good way to find out, Jingles?
What's that?
Open the door and see.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
How do you do? I'm Turner Snively.
How do you do? Bill, it's Turner Snively.
Invite him in, partner.
Oh, sure. Come in, Mr. Snively.
Thank you.
Evening, Mr. Snively. I'm Bill Hickok.
I came to see you, Hickok, to see why you aren't locking up that sheriff for implication in that payroll robbery.
Now, just a minute, mister.
Hold it, Jingles.
Well,
I don't know why you're so interested, Snively, but the sheriff's not guilty.
You consider yourself both judge and jury, Hickok?
No, but I have no reason to suspect the sheriff.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm a lawyer in this town, Marshal, and I think there's plenty of reason to hold him.
Then you'll have to bring me the proof. Until then, you can keep your suspicions to yourself.
yeah, and you can keep yourself out of this room beginning right now. That's the door, mister. It's for walking through, so do it.
Okay, big boy. You got a big surprise coming to you, Hickok.
You see Hickok Snively?
Yeah, but he didn't say anything to give me an idea of what he's up to.
Well, if he hadn't butted in, we'd have had that pesky sheriff and that overbearing super Matt Webster right where we wanted him.
You gotta be careful, Bull. I've told you that before. You're just excited.
You'd be excited, too, if you had this black eye Hickok gave me. I'm just waiting to get back at that tin star.
You'll have your chance. Tonight. I've just gotten wind of something big. If we put this one over, we can ruin Matt Webster and buy him out with his own money.
What have you got now?
Well, the less you know, the better. But I want you to round up the boys and tell them to be at the Green Hill Curve on the railroad at sunup tomorrow morning.
Sounds like you really got something hot, boss.
I have. Now go take care of them. Then come back and meet me behind the hotel at midnight sharp. First, we've got to get rid of Hickok and that big bear he calls a deputy.
We gonna sneak up and shoot Hickok while he's sleeping?
Oh, you idiot. You don't just sneak up on Hickok and shoot him. Boot Hill's full of those that tried that. You have to get him in the back. And I know just how to arrange that.
Sheriff, you sure don't have to go on this trip.
No use arguing with me, Hickok. I'm going.
You sure are a stubborn cub.
This was fine work, Matt. You got this train here right on time.
Yeah, and she's ready to roll just as soon as you get in that car.
All right, let's load this gear and boxes in the car. If anybody's looking, I want them to get some big ideas.
We got most of it in. Here, Jingles. Give me a hand with this big one.
Sure. In she goes. Well, there you are, Matt.
And I'll be doggone. See, I could use you building the railroad.
Not on your life. When we're through here, I'm going so far west, the railroad will never catch me.
Well, you all ready to go, Bill? This has got to look like she's running on a fast schedule.
Yeah, Matt. Give the engineer the high ball and let's roll. Let's get up in the car, Jingles.
All right, here goes. Climb aboard, gents. And close that door. Tight. And lock it.
You know what to do, Matt.
I got it all straight, Hickok. Good luck.
Yeah, and that's something we're going to need plenty of.
Well, round me up and ship me off, Wranglers. If I don't always want to talk more than a Paul parrot when it comes to telling you about new Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. But the best way for you to know about this wonderful two-way cereal that's already sweetened for you is by munching a few mouthfuls yourself. Yep, by jingo, just take a handful of Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops right out of the big yellow box like candy. They're a real tasty snack, sweet and crisp and crunchy. Then try a few spoonfuls of Sugar Corn Pops out of the bowl with milk. There, that's all you do to know that out of the box, you're out of the bowl. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops is the most downright delicious cereal you ever tasted. So hit the trail for the store tomorrow and load up on new Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Hey, and you take old Panhandle's word for it. You'll be mighty glad you did.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop them into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Wild Bill Hickok has had Matt Webster, the construction superintendent, send out a special train of an engine and one car and let word leak out that this is a hotshot special carrying minted gold to Washington. Bill, Jingles, and the sheriff are riding in the car, hoping to trick the payroll bandits into coming out in the open to stage another robbery.
Bill, ain't this old tea kettle busting along a little too fast? I saw an engine blow up once. Spread itself and the crew over 2 counties.
Hey, I wish you'd quit talking like that, Jingles. You're going to make me nervous if you keep it up.
Ah, you two slow down. Just keep your wits about you and everything's going to be all right.
Hey, now doggone it, well, what's that engineer doing?
Something's wrong. Hey, suppose this is it, Bill?
Maybe, Sheriff. We'll soon see.
Help! We're in a wreck. This thing's blowing up. Help! Let's get out of here!
Hey, partner. Jingles. Jingles!
Huh? Oh, Bill, my bruised and battered body. Bill, are we wrecked for sure?
Quiet, partner. We just stopped. This may be what we're looking for.
Hickok, this is Matt. Your little scheme didn't work. I didn't fall for it.
Bill, that's Matt Webster.
How'd he get here? We left him back at the station in Badwater.
It's not Webster, Sheriff. That's the same man that fooled you once before.
Come on, Bill, open up. I tell you, the trick didn't work.
And that trick won't work either, mister. You're not getting this gold like you got the payroll.
Are you smart, Jack Starpacker? You're not getting away with that gold.
Jingles, where have I heard that voice before?
Huh? I don't know, Bill.
Well, I heard it once before. To my sorrow, that varmint.
All right, I'm through stalling with you, Hickok. Shoot that door off, Bull.
A pleasure, boss.
Sheriff, Jingles, get down behind those boxes.
It don't do no good, boss. That door's solid.
We'll slam that iron bar across it and we'll lock him in. One last chance, Hickok. Either you open that door and shove out that gold, or we'll run the train back and then smash this car to matchwood with it.
Oh, he wouldn't do that, would he, Bill? With us trapped in here?
You just might, partner. Nothing doing, mister.
All right. Take that train back and then run it down here full speed. Bust this car wide open.
Hey, Bill, he's doing it. Or we'll all be killed in here.
Not yet, Sheriff. I've got a couple of picks and crowbars. Here, Jingles. I'll start breaking a hole in the floor of this car.
Big enough to crawl down through, Bill? Is that your idea, huh, Bill?
You got it, partner. Now make it fast.
Ain't much time, Bill.
Grab that crowbar, Sheriff. Pry up these pieces as we break them loose.
Stand back, everybody. That engine will be coming like 60.
Bill, I can see the ground.
Just a little bit more, Jingles.
We'll never get a hole big enough to push Jingles through.
No, don't you talk like that, Sheriff. We gotta get out of here.
Here it comes!
Bill, the train's coming back.
Quick, Sheriff. Get down through that hole and roll in the ditch.
All right, Bill. I'm going.
Now, you, Jingles.
Yeah. Bill, I'm caught.
No, you're not, partner. I'll give you a push. Be sure to roll toward the ditch at the side of the tracks. Now, down you go.
I made it, Bill. Come on, that train's right on top of us.
Here I come. Now, hit the ditch, partner. Quick! Sheriff, Jingles, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, Bill.
All right, now. Those Jaspers will crowd that car to get the gold they think's in there. Be ready to get them.
I'm ready.
Me too.
All right, boys. Now get that gold and let's get out of here.
Come on, you guys. Clear away that wreckage and find that gold box. Hickok and the others must be dead now.
Hurry up. What's the matter?
Here it comes, Bill.
Hey, there ain't no gold here. Just a bunch of empty boxes. Some picks and crowbars. Well, where did Hickok get to? His body ain't here.
No. Let's get him. Here I am, Bull. Reach, you pack of coyotes, and get him up.
Hey, what's going on here? Hickok, where'd you come from?
That's not where I came from that matters. It's where you're going, Bull Hadley.
What do you mean by that?
He means you're headed for the territorial prison for wrecking a train and for a payroll robbery. That's what.
You can't pin that on me.
I just did.
What? Well, what about Snively?
Oh, so that too's under the other mask. Well, I've got nothing on him but attempted robbery. You're the goat, Bull.
Yeah, maybe they can fit you up with a pair of horns at the prison.
Oh, no. I ain't being no goat for him.
Shut up, you fool.
No, sir. Snively, you ain't making me take no rap for you.
Shut up.
Hickok, you go looking Snively safe. You'll find the whole payroll. After he'd ruined Matt Webster's company, he was going to buy him out with their own dough.
Well, now, ain't that a fine mess of greens?
Bull, I'll get you for that. Snively, your getting days are over. And Jingles, I just remembered. It's Snively's voice. It sounds like Matt Webster's.
Then that's how he fooled me when he got the payroll.
That's right, Sheriff. Maybe Snively learned all those tricks from studying public speaking.
Well, if he did, Bill, I reckon there are a lot of owl hoots where he's going that'll give him some more public speaking lessons. They'll teach him that even if he did talk his way into jail, he'll never talk his way out of it.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Andy, what's our story for Friday?
Oh, this one's about a phony mine guy and how Wild Bill and Jingles shoot it out with the shotgun swindler.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Ken Christie, Tim Graham, Byron Kane, Jim Nusser, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok mixes with the Shotgun Swindler. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
Brazil invites you on a journey where every moment waiting to be discovered, uncover the city at a time. The descriptive mark on Brazilian Odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Death in the Cards.
It is 11:30 p.m. on the night of January 26, 1947, at the ranch house of Chester Gentry in Reeves County, Texas. Chester is on the telephone as his stepson, Will, enters.
No sign of him, huh? All right. Call me when you find him. Thanks, Sheriff. Where you been, Will?
Just out having a beer. That Sheriff Bennett you're talking to?
Yeah. Your friend Tovich telephoned you a while ago.
Tovich? Oh, you didn't tell the sheriff about Tovich.
I sure did. Sheriff just called to say he located Tovich's rooming house over in Biggerstown, but Tovich wasn't there.
But I've told you 100 times it's the worst thing in the world you could do. Tovich finds out to kill me.
Will,
Maybe he has found out you told the sheriff. Maybe he's on his way here right now to get me. Look, you've got to give me the money to pay him off now.
No, Will. No more money.
Do you know what you're saying? He'll kill me if I don't pay him. He told me so.
Now, you listen to me, Will. I've reached the end of my rope in this whole rotten mess. I'm through. You're not going to get another dime from me. I've done everything I can for you, but you're just no good.
Please, Dad, I need that dough now.
You shut up and listen to me. When your ma died, I promised her I'd do everything I could for you. And I have. I treated you like you was my own son. I've given you a home. I've given you money, a lot of money. And what have you done with it? You've thrown it away to a slimy gambler named Tovich.
But, Dad...
For 2 months it's been going on. For 2 months you've been bleeding me white to pay off that gambler. I told you to stay away from him, but you didn't. Now it's high time for me to meet him and tell him face to face to stay away from you.
No, Dad, no. If you just give me the money this once more, I'll straighten out. I promise you.
Your promises ain't worth a bale of straw. That's what you said last week. You'd straighten out. I told you then I'd give you just 1 week to do it, and if you didn't, you'd get no more money from me now or ever.
Dad, you don't mean...
Oh, don't I? You got yourself into this mess. You get yourself out of it. Tovich can bluff you, but he can't bluff me.
Dad.
Huh? What's the matter?
Window. Tovich, I just saw him at the window.
What?
Now he's gone. He's probably heading for the front door.
All right, let him. Turn off the lights, Will.
But, Dad...
Turn them off.
What are you doing?
Getting my gun. I'll give this Tovich a reception he ain't looking for.
No, Dad, no.
Front door, huh?
No, look, stay away from that door, Dad. Don't open it, please don't.
Can't see a thing. Now, look, Will, you...
Will. Chester Gentry lay dead at his own front door. Will immediately notified Sheriff Bennett's office. Sheriff requested help from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case. He joined Sheriff Bennett at the Gentry Ranch.
Well, looks like an open and shut case, Jace. Tovich came here to get Will, but it was Chester who opened the door and collected the slugs instead.
Where was the body, Sheriff?
Lying right across the front doorway here.
How long ago did the shooting take place?
A couple hours ago. Chester notified me earlier in the evening he'd gotten a call from this Tovich. The call came from Biggerstown, so I went over there to see if I could find him. I located his rooming house, but he'd checked out. Looks like while I was there, he was here.
You say Tovich had been bleeding Will and Chester for some time, huh?
Yeah, about 2 months, according to what Chester told me on the phone.
Well, let's talk to Will.
Oh, Sheriff, come on in.
This is Ranger Pearson, Will. He'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure, Ranger.
How long have you known this Tovich, Will?
A couple of months, I guess.
And where'd you first meet him?
Pete's place, down the highway.
That's a roadhouse, Chase.
Is that where you did your gambling?
No. Tovich would call me from time to time, tell me he had a game lined up. So I'd meet him at his rooming house in Biggerstown.
Who else was in the games?
A couple other fellas, different ones each time. I didn't know any of them. Didn't even know their names.
You kept losing to Tovich, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
But you kept on playing cards with him.
Well, I kept thinking my luck would change.
Your luck never changes when you're up against a professional gambler.
Guess I know that now.
It's too bad you didn't know it 2 months ago. Your stepfather might still be alive.
Ranger, there just isn't a thing you can say to me that I haven't already said to myself. I've been sitting here for 2 hours thinking about it. Knowing if I had the guts to straighten out, this wouldn't happen. There's only one thing I hope right now. I hope somehow Dad knows how I feel.
All right, Will. What does Tovich look like?
Well, pretty ordinary-looking fella. Kind you never notice in a crowd. About my height, I'd say. Black hair, regular features, nothing to really set him apart.
That's pretty general.
I guess it is, but it's the best I can do.
Okay, better get some sleep. You find any tracks outside, Sheriff?
Nope, my deputies scoured the yard, but it's too gravelly to hold any kind of tracks, car or foot.
Will, do you remember hearing a car pull away from here after the shooting?
Why, no, Ranger. Now, come think of it, I didn't even hear one come up.
Okay. When it gets light, we'll ride around a little in the back of the ranch, Sheriff, and see if we can pick up any footprints.
Right.
In the meantime, let's take a run over to Biggerstown and talk to Tovich's landlady. Maybe she can give us a better line on him.
Afraid I can't help you much on a description, Ranger. I only got a good look at Tovich once. That was when I rented this room to him 2 months ago.
It's pretty strange that'd be the only time you saw him, Mrs. Packer.
Well, he came and went by night. I'd hear voices in his room sometimes in the evening. A couple of times a woman's voice. But as far as seeing him around, I didn't.
You said he checked out earlier tonight. Didn't you see him then?
No. He just left an envelope under my door with his key and the money he owed on the room.
You think you'd recognize him if you saw him again, Mrs. Packer?
Well, I might. I don't know. But to sit down and describe him to you, I'm afraid I can't be much help there.
I don't like it, Sheriff. Man's been living in this room for 2 months. Take a look around you. It's clean, too clean. Nothing here to give us any line on. Hey, wait a minute. Have you cleaned this room since Tovich checked out?
No. I ain't gotten around to it yet. I was figuring on giving it a good swamping out in the morning.
I'd like to save you the trouble.
What do you mean?
I'd like to have one of our men from the lab vacuum the room for you.
Well, it's my back the way it is. I sure ain't gonna say no.
You figure on having the contents of the dust bag analyzed, Jace?
Yeah. Tovich has covered his tracks pretty well so far, but maybe he doesn't know you can sometimes pick up a lot besides dust with a vacuum cleaner. Mrs. Packer, if you should ever see Tovich again, I'd like you to get in touch with me right away.
Well, you can count on that, Ranger. Say, I don't hanker to have any killers running loose around my rooming house.
Dawn came, and the only thing new on the case was the publicity. The papers were carrying the story with pictures of Chester and Will. The sheriff and I started scouring the country in back of the Gentry Ranch on horseback.
This is hunting weather, Jace, with all that frost on the ground.
Yeah, so far the hunting hasn't been good. Let's see, we're right in line with the back of the ranch house now.
Yeah, maybe we better split up and go around.
Hey, hold it. Take a look on the ground there.
Yeah, foot tracks. Coming from the back of the ranch house, too.
And judging from the distance between the tracks, he was in a hurry. Come on.
Heading straight north for the river, Jace. He could be trying for the New Mexico border.
Could be.
You know, one thing, should be pretty easy to follow the tracks in the frost.
Yeah. There's something funny about these tracks, though.
What do you mean?
I don't know yet. Can't just put my finger on it, but we'll keep trailing. See if we can put our finger on Tovich. Come on, Charcoal. Yeah.
can't understand why you don't want to cross the river, Jace. Tracks led smack into it back there.
I know it, Sheriff, but let's just keep looking along the bank on this side.
Okay, but he probably waded along a spell, then kept going on the other side.
What's on the other side?
Santa Fe track, about 15 mile away.
And what's between the river and the tracks?
Just open country.
That's what I mean. I don't think Tovich would risk 15 miles of open country.
Yeah, see your point. Yeah, we'll keep looking along this side, then.
We don't have to look any farther, Sheriff. Look, there they are. Ooh, Charky.
Hey, they sure are. Tracks coming up out of the river and heading back the way we came. But there's still one thing I don't understand.
What's that?
The shooting took place about 11:30 last night. Tovich could have been halfway across that open country on the other side of the river by dawn. Now, why'd he double back?
I think I've got an answer for that, Sheriff. I told you a while back something was bothering me about those tracks. I finally figured out what it is.
Oh?
Look at the tracks, and then look at the hoof marks of our horses.
Well, they look just about the same to me. Hey, they both cut down through the frost.
Yeah, that's the point. What time you figure the frost formed on the ground this morning?
Between 4 and 5, maybe.
And those tracks were made after the frost formed. They cut through it. If they'd been made before the frost, it would have formed over them.
Wait a minute. Maybe Tovich realized he killed the wrong man. Maybe he hid around the ranch trying for another crack at Will.
And now those tracks are heading toward the ranch again. Come on, Sheriff. We better get back there in a hurry. We followed the tracks back to the highway a mile below the ranch and lost them there. Then we headed for the ranch house. There was no sign of life around the place.
I don't see Will outside anywhere.
His car's in the driveway.
I hope we're not too late. Will!
Oh, morning, Sheriff, Ranger.
Yeah, that's a relief.
Oh, come on in. Well, something the matter?
We thought there might be. Can I use your phone? I want to call my office and see if there's anything new.
Help yourself. Back in the hall.
Okay, thanks.
Ranger, what's the sheriff mean about being relieved to see me?
Will, it's possible Tovich hung around here, the ranch, last night after the shooting.
What?
You see or hear anything after we left?
It wasn't my imagination.
What do you mean?
Well, after you fellas left, I locked up tight. About 3 or 4 this morning, a sound woke me up.
What kind of a sound?
Well, like somebody walking around outside. You think could have been Tovich?
I don't know.
Well, I've got Dad's gun. If Tovich ever shows up around here again, I'll handle him.
Law enforcing's our business, Will. Don't try and take it into your own hands.
Jace.
Yes, Sheriff. Now, what is it?
My deputy just told me that landlady, Miss Packer, phoned the office for you about an hour ago.
Mrs. Packer?
Yeah, they told her to call out here.
Will?
Yeah.
Did a Mrs. Packer phone me?
Oh, a woman phoned. Didn't leave a name, but she did leave a number. I got it written down right here.
Thanks. Operator, 2734J. How long ago did she call, Will?
Oh, about an hour ago, I guess.
She leave any message?
No. Just said to ask you to call her.
You told her to get in touch with you if she ever saw Tovich again, Jace.
Yeah, I know. No answer. Come on, Sheriff. We better get over to Biggerstown and find out what's on Mrs. Packer's mind. She must have gone out.
Her door's unlocked.
Mrs. Packer? Mrs. Packer?
Look, Jace. On the table there by the phone.
Newspaper. Folded to the story of the killing.
Well, she can't have gone very far. Coffee's boiling on the hot plate.
Pot's just about boiled dry. Come on, let's take a look in the next room.
You know, it's funny she'd call and then be... Jace. On the bed.
Yeah. Mrs. Packer. Strangled.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Death in the Cards, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We were getting nowhere fast on this case. First Chester Gentry, then Mrs. Packer. We questioned all the roomers, but none of them had seen a thing. Then we went back to the sheriff's office.
Jace, there's no doubt about it at all. Miss Packer was trying to tell you something about Tovich, but he got to her first and killed her to shut her mouth.
Yeah, we know who the killer is, all right, but the big question is, where is he?
It's just like the earth opened and swallowed him up.
Well, every sheriff's office in the state's been alerted. Highway patrol's on the lookout, too, so sooner or later we're bound to...
Yeah. Excuse me, Jace. Sheriff Bennett speaking. Oh, yeah, just a minute. Your headquarters, Jace. Captain Stinson.
Thanks. Hello, Captain.
Just got a report from the lab on those vacuum sweepings you had them take from Tovich's room in Biggerstown, Jace.
What'd they find?
Only items of interest were 2 or 3 women's hairs. Red.
A lot of redheads in Texas, Captain. Afraid that's not much help.
Maybe more than you think. This hair wasn't naturally red. It was a henna dye job. And judging from the distance between the roots and the dye, the lab figures it was dyed about a week ago.
Well, now that's a horse of a different color. Well, thanks a lot, Captain. I'll keep you posted. Sheriff, we haven't had any luck finding Tovich, have we?
We sure haven't.
Okay, now we're going to start looking for Tovich's girl.
His girl?
How many beauty parlors do you figure there are in Biggerstown?
I don't know, 6 or 7 maybe.
Before the day's over, we'll know exactly how many there are. We're going to visit them all. The sheriff had underestimated the town. There were 10 of them. We had no luck on the first 7, and then just at dark, we hit number 8. There we found an operator who remembered giving a henna dye job to a girl named Thelma Parrish about a week ago. We learned that Thelma was a waitress in a coffee shop, so I parked my car around the corner and we dropped in on her.
Well, you men look like you could use a nice cup of coffee.
Nothing I'd like better right now than having a pretty red-headed waitress pour me one, ma'am.
Why, thank you, Ranger. Coming up.
What do you think, Jace?
I think maybe.
Cream?
Black, please.
Black here, too.
Well, here you are.
Thanks. You seen your boyfriend lately?
Boyfriend?
Tovich.
Who?
Tovich.
You must have me mixed up with somebody else, Ranger. I don't know anybody by that name.
Are you real sure about that, ma'am?
Well, of course I am. A girl's sure who she does know and who she doesn't.
Well, either I'm mistaken or you're lying to me.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but I do know better than lie to a ranger.
I hope so. Well, come on, Sheriff. We better be getting back to your office.
Okay, Jace.
Here's for the coffee.
Thanks. Sorry I can't help you any about what's his name.
So am I. This way, Sheriff.
Where are we going?
Across the street.
Yeah, but the car's on this side, around the corner.
Keep walking. She's watching us from inside.
Oh. Think she was lying?
That's what I want to find out.
Well, she seemed pretty sure of herself.
Okay, we're out of her line of sight now. Let's get in this doorway, quick. Good. We're in the shadows here. She can't spot us from across the street. Now we'll just keep an eye on the front of that coffee shop and...
Look, she's coming outside.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. False alarm. She's just washing the windows.
Yeah? Well, that's the fastest wash job I've ever seen. She's heading inside again. She came out to make sure we'd gone. Come on. We'll work our way along the sidewalk until we can see across the street into the coffee shop.
Yeah, but she may spot us.
Hey, hold it.
She's on the phone with her back to us.
She was lying, all right. Probably calling Tovich right now. Sheriff, how about slipping into the drugstore and tracing that call?
Mm-hmm.
I can keep an eye on the front of the shop from my car. I'll meet you there. The sheriff disappeared into the drugstore. I waited in my car. A couple of minutes later, he came over and got in wearing a very puzzled look.
Must be some mistake, Jace.
What do you mean?
That waitress, she just telephoned the Gentry Ranch.
I don't think there is any mistake, Sheriff. And right now, it doesn't surprise me much.
Yeah, but as far as we know, the only one at the Gentry Ranch is Will.
Yeah, but Will's going to have company as soon as we can make it there.
Wait a minute. You trying to say that Will Gentry...
Sheriff, it looks like there is no Tovich and never has been. I guess the boy we've been up against right from the start is Will Gentry. I radioed KTXA to set up a roadblock on the highway 10 miles each way from the Gentry Ranch in case Will should take off before we could get there. And I jammed the gas pedal to the floor and held it there.
Jace, you're leaving me way behind. Will Gentry?
Looks like I was way behind for a while, too. But looking back on it, it all falls into place. We know Will was always after money from his stepfather, Chester.
And he invented the story about a gambler named Tovich as an excuse to get that money?
He even went so far as to rent a room in Biggerstown under that name. But when Chester cracked down and threatened to disinherit him, Will used the same Tovich device to kill Chester. That way, he'd get all Chester's money.
So when Chester opened the front door thinking Tovich was outside, there wasn't anybody there at all. And it was Will who plugged him.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10, go ahead, KTXA.
Unit 320, station at Tucker's Junction. Unit 256, station at Biggerstown, turn off.
Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, clear.
Well, we got the roadblock set up. Tucker's Junction's about 5 miles the other side of the Gentry Ranch, isn't it?
Yep. And with another highway patrol car back of us at the Biggerstown turnoff, looks like we got Will bottled up tight if he makes a run for it. There's no side roads off the highway for 6 or 7 miles along here.
Good. As soon as we get the top of this rise, we ought to be able to spot the Gentry Ranch.
Yeah, ranch house only a mile or so from here, Jace. It was Will who made those tracks in the frost then, huh?
He heard me say we'd start trailing in the morning. I guess he figured on giving us something to trail.
Yeah, and that explains Miss Packer's murder, too. She must have seen Will's picture in the paper, recognized him as Tovich, so she tried to phone you.
And when she called the ranch house, Will knew he had to shut her mouth for keeps. He probably got back from killing her just before we showed up at the ranch house after the trailing.
There's the ranch house, only half mile more.
Now, wait. The taillight's swinging out onto the highway.
He's making a run for it.
What kind of cars he drive? Gray sedan, isn't it?
Yep.
Unit 10 to all units in roadblock. Subject Will Gentry attempting getaway, proceeding east on Highway 19 in gray sedan. Unit 10 pursuing.
Unit 203 to Unit 10.
Unit 10, go ahead, Unit 203.
Unit 203 on Highway 19, 3 miles west of Tucker's Junction.
That's only a couple of miles east of us, Jace.
Proceed west on Highway 19, Unit 203.
Unit 203, 10-4.
Unit 10, clear.
Yeah, we got him bottled up for sure, Jace. We're backstopped at both ends, and we're coming at him from both ends. It's a squeeze play.
I sure hope so. Unit 10 to Unit 203.
Unit 203, go ahead, Unit 10.
Have you sighted Gentry's car yet?
Not yet, Unit 10. We'll report contact.
Unit 10, clear. I don't get it, Sheriff. We should have spotted Gentry by this time. We're almost together.
Hey, watch it, Jace. Sharp bend in the road just ahead, just past this drive-in movie here.
Yeah, I see it.
Only way Gentry could get off the highway is to ditch his car, and I don't think he'd do that.
Hey, a red light coming at us. That must be Unit 203.
He's stopping, too. But where's Will?
No sign of Gentry?
None, Jay.
No, but there aren't any side roads at all. He couldn't have vanished into thin air.
Hey, wait a minute. That drive-in movie we just passed.
You think he turned in?
It's the only place he could have turned in. Come on. We went back to the drive-in theater, stationed the highway patrol car at the exit, then the sheriff and I talked to the theater manager. He remembered a gray sedan pulling in there a few minutes before. He'd sent it to the rear aisle, so the three of us circled around the theater on the outside of the fence and then came in through a small gate in the rear. But Gentry's car wasn't in the back row.
But he's got to be in this back row, Ranger. That's where I sent him.
Look, there's a vacant spot in the row. The one in the next row ahead. He could have wormed his way forward a few rows.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people do that trying to get a better spot.
About 200 cars in here. It's going to be like looking for a needle.
Hey, hold it. 3 aisles up, near the side.
Yeah, that's his car, all right. Gonna take him now, Jace?
I can't. There's too many cars around him. It's a cinch he won't come peacefully. Somebody might get shot.
If we could only get the car on each side of him to get clear.
I could make an announcement on the public address.
No, that's no good. He'd probably start shooting. I can't warn the car on each side. Will would spot me. Same goes for you, Sheriff.
Want me to do it?
You? Oh, I don't know. It'd be pretty... Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, I think I got it. You go up to the car on this side of Will, tell him to clear out in exactly 1 minute. Then go to Will's car, tell him you're checking the reception on those speakers they hang on the side of their cars, and then go to the car the other side of him, tell them to clear out in 2 minutes.
Good idea. That way, maybe Will won't get suspicious.
30 seconds after the second car leaves, turn on all the lights.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl. See you after it's all over, I hope.
We watched the manager go along the line of cars. He worked his way to Will's car, then passed it to the one beyond. Then he headed for the projection booth. So far, so good. Seconds ticked by. At the end of the first minute, the car this side of Will pulled out. Another minute went by, and the car the other side of Will got going.
He's out in the open now, Jace.
Yeah. 20 seconds till the lights go on. Come on.
John, you came to the hospital.
And we'll get just a little closer. I'll take him from this side.
Hey, Jace, he's starting up. He must have got suspicious.
He won't get far.
You hit a tire.
Will! Come out of that car with your hands in the air.
There go the lights, John.
That's coming out all right, Ranger.
Look out, Jace!
Come on, Sheriff.
You okay, Jace?
Yeah.
You sure knocked him down, Pronto.
Hit him in the shoulder.
Why didn't you finish me off?
That's up to the state of Texas, Will, not me. But I think they'll oblige you all right.
Will Gentry was tried and convicted of the murders of Chester Gentry and Leona Packer. On the morning of April 12, 1948, he was executed in the electric chair at Huntsville Penitentiary.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting story about the Texas Rangers.
Although the Texas Rangers is a highly organized law enforcement agency, the men themselves are rugged individualists. One ranger in particular that I know of carries his 6 shooters with only 5 shells in each gun. One day he was asked why he did this. If the hammer's resting on an empty chamber, he said, the gun can't be fired accidentally. But, said his interested friend, with only 5 bullets instead of 6 in the gun, aren't you endangering your own position? Maybe so, he said with a grin, but if you can't hit your target with 5 shells, the 6th one won't do you much good anyhow. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Johnstone, Parley Bear, Jeanette Nolan, Byron Kane, Mike Barrett, and Ernie Newton. This story was transcribed and adapted by Bob Reif, and the program is produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Remember all the delightful troubles that beset Mr. Blandings when he built his dream house? Well, starting next Sunday afternoon, you can hear the further adventures of the beleaguered Mr. Blandings and his wonderful wife, Muriel. It's top listening for the entire family next Sunday and Sundays thereafter when Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Stay tuned for the $64 question. Tomorrow, hear the symphony on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Detective Sergeant, you're assigned a narcotics detail. A steady supply of high-grade narcotics is finding its way into your city. For 2 months, you've been trying to run down the source. The the first real break finally comes. Your job? Check it out. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, October 8th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of narcotics detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Kearney. My name's Friday. It was 4:05 p.m. when they got to 318 West 1st Street, the first floor. Narcotics detail. Joe? Hi, Frank. You all threw up in court, eh?
Yeah, I went to the jury. I don't think he'll be out long.
Well, I hope they hook him this time. He's overdue.
I don't see how they can miss. You can't tell, though. Never know what a jury's going to do.
Yeah. What do you got here?
A felony car brought him in about a half hour ago. Pretty high.
What's he shooting?
H. Must have had a big pop. Can't talk to him.
Anything on him?
2 cats. Had him taped inside the collar of his shirt. Crime lab analyzed it. Same stuff we've been chasing. European. High grade.
Mm-hmm. He come up with anything?
Nothing. He talks a lot, but he didn't say anything. Why don't you take him on?
I'll give it a try.
Mr. Jennings, this is my partner, Sergeant Friday.
Well, how do you do, sir? Sure happy to know you, Sergeant. Have a chair.
Yeah, thank you. A cigarette?
Yeah, don't mind if I do.
You want to give you a light?
Thank you. By the way, Sergeant, if you have any influence around here at all, I'd sure appreciate it if you'd tell this young fellow here to relax. He worries too much. Keeps telling me there's something wrong.
Well, isn't there, Mr. Jennings?
Well, no, of course not. It's not that I don't enjoy the boy's company, but I've got an appointment. A very important one, 11 o'clock this morning.
That's so?
Yes, very important. I have to be there at 11 sharp.
You're a little late, aren't you? It's past 4 in the afternoon.
Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Clock on the wall right behind you.
Well, what do you know about that? That time sure flies. Well, they'll wait for me. Well, I better get a move on. Sure glad to have met you, Sergeant. Glad to meet you too, young
Now, just a minute, Mr. Jennings. It's not that simple. You better sit down.
But I told you I have an appointment, very important.
Sorry, it'll have to wait. Sit down.
All right.
How about it, Jennings? When do you have your last fix?
What do you mean, when I have a fix?
You know what we mean. Your arm looks like a punch board.
Oh, the scars. Yes, of course. I take vitamin shots.
Hey, what's your doctor's name?
Dr. Young, Eldon Young, down on South Hoover.
You know his phone number, do you?
No, I don't. It wouldn't do any good to call him anyway.
No, why?
Well, he's not there. He's dead.
You sure of that?
Well, ought to be. I went to his funeral.
When did he die?
Oh, I don't know. 2 or 3 months ago. Sure was a nice fellow. Fine doctor.
That's a sample, Joe. Been rattling off like that ever since they brought him in.
Not the usual run. He's sure not seedy looking, is he?
Look, Sergeant, I don't think I quite understand this. What's this all about?
Mr. Jennings, you're hooked and you're hooked bad. When did you have your last fix?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't quite remember. I'd like to make it clear, though, I'm not a bum. I'm not addicted to the stuff.
You're not?
Really, it's the truth. I can take it or leave it alone. I've taken an occasional shot. That's about the size of it.
Where do you get the stuff, Jennings?
I told you, my doctor.
No legitimate doctor gave you the stuff they found on you. They don't dispense heroin. Now, how about it?
How about what, Sergeant?
You going to tell us the truth? Jennings?
Well, frankly, Sergeant, no, I don't think I will. I'm not an informer.
It's up to you, mister. We're going to find out sooner or later.
I'm sorry, you're not going to find out from me. Now, look, let's not get into an argument, shall we? I don't have anything against you. Matter of fact, I like you. I'd like to get along with you.
We're not going to argue, Jennings. It'd be useless to tell you that we're trying to help you.
You married? You have a family?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
Sorry, I can't tell you. I'm not dragging them into this. That's why I don't carry any identification.
All right, Jennings. You want to get your hat? Let's go.
Go? Where?
Main jail. We're booking you in.
Why? What for?
Possession of narcotics.
But I told you I'm not an addict. You can't keep me in jail. I only use it occasionally.
Yeah, sure.
Is there anything wrong with that? Can't see any harm in that, can you? Are you listening? 1 minute.
I'll tell you that in the morning, will you? 4:38 p.m. The felony car officers who picked up the suspect, Jennings, took him to the main jail where they booked him for violation of the H&S Code, Section 11,500. He'd been checked through R&I, but he had no previous criminal record. Knowing that he was bound to become ill, he was ordered into isolation, and the jailer instructed to notify the doctor in attendance if Jennings needed attention. 5:15 p.m. We went over to the crime lab and checked with Jay Allen, who'd analyzed the 2 capsules found taped to the inside of Jennings' shirt collar. He told us it was the same grade of high-test heroin which had been found in the possession of other addicts during the past 2 months. We knew it was of European origin. We knew it was finding its way into the city. We knew it was being made available to addicts. We picked up half a dozen pushers in the last few weeks with heroin of identical quality in their possession. But the basic source of supply still remained unknown. We were convinced that none of the pushers knew who or what the ultimate source was. The following morning, after Frank and I signed in, we went over to the main jail, signed out the suspect Jennings for interrogation, and he was brought to the interview room. His face was white and he was trembling. It was only a matter of time before he got worse, when the withdrawal pain set in.
Morning, Jennings.
I got to get out of here. Nobody told me to be like this when I got started on the stuff. I can't stand any more of this.
Bad?
I'm going to die. I wish I could die. Why can't they give me something?
Well, we'll talk to the doctor. It's the best we can offer. He'll do what he can for you.
Can you get him now?
I'd like to ask you a few questions first.
Then hurry, will you? I'm sick, awful sick.
Where do you get your stuff, Jennings? What's the man's name?
I don't know. It's the truth. I don't.
How do you get your junk?
A fellow named Eddie, bartender. I give him the money. He brings the stuff back.
How much you pay for it?
$6 a cap. I don't know what he pays. I pay him $6.
Do you use it?
Says he isn't. I don't know. I think he is. How about that, doctor? I can't take this.
Where do we contact Eddie?
Bar on South Main, near 4th. One with a big airplane on the sign.
What's his last name, you know? Eddie what?
I don't know.
What's he look like?
Tall. He's got blonde hair, wears a big signet ring. Eddie, that's all I know. Good guy. He was trying to help me.
Any idea where he gets the junk?
I don't know, except one night I was with him.
Yeah?
Drove out to a little joint in Manchester, beer garden. He went in alone. When we got back downtown, he had the stuff. I don't know.
You know if he got it from a man who worked there, or do you think it could have been one of the customers?
I didn't see him. I didn't go in. I don't know.
You know anybody else who's in with this Eddie?
Anybody with $1? He'd do anything for money.
Hey, he ever tell you where this junk's coming from? Who's bringing it in?
Oh, I asked him once. He got a little sore. Said, what do you care as long as you get yours? I don't know.
Some cigarette, Jennings?
No. If I could just rest. If I could just let go. Can't you do anything for me? Why did they tell you it's going to be like this?
I'd like to have you help us. Now, as long as there are men like Eddie running loose, there's going to be men like you that he's going to feed on. How about it? Or anything else you can tell us?
That's all I know. I got the stuff from Eddie. Talk to him. No more questions, huh?
One more, Jennings, about your family.
Don't want to talk about it.
Your wife called. She found out you were in jail.
No.
She's coming down to see you.
She can't. I don't want to see her. Tell her not to come.
We can't stop her.
Caused her enough trouble. 20 years of it. First the booze, now this.
How long you been on it, Jennings?
A year and a half. Been downhill all the way. 3 kids. I don't know what's going to happen. Gonna lose our house. Lost my business already. All our friends. You don't know what it's like.
We got an idea.
No, you haven't. You got no conception. It's been hell. Nobody's gone through what I have. Lost what I have. Suffering. Year and a half of it. Really suffered. Nobody knew either. Nobody suffered the way I did. Nobody.
I can think of one.
What?
How about your wife? Jennings was returned to his cell, and we contacted the jail doctor and briefed him on the suspect's condition. That afternoon, Frank and I drove to the bar on South Main Street near 4th, where we located the bartender, Eddie, whom Jennings had told us about. It was fairly apparent that he was under the influence of narcotics. We arrested him, took him back to the office, and began questioning him. A check with R&I showed that his true name was Eddie Hartsook, and that he'd had several prior arrests for possession of narcotics and 1 arrest on the ABC Act. Unlike Jennings, he broke almost immediately. He wouldn't confess to being a pusher, but he did admit that he was an addict and that he was supplied by a Jules Zimmerland, the owner of a German beer garden out on Manchester Avenue. He told us he'd met Zimmerland through a mutual friend who was now doing time in Folsom for robbery. He identified the friend as Pete Heimer. We checked with records and found it was true. Hartsook was booked in as a vag addict. Then we contacted Captain Larry O'Brien up at Folsom Penitentiary, who filled us in on Pete Heimer's background. After that, we checked R&I on the owner of the beer garden, Jules Zimmerland. We found he was registered as an ex-con from Minnesota, where he'd done time for burglary and grand theft. After a meeting with Captain Kearney, it was agreed that our first move was to get next to Zimmerland. I was to pose as a recent parolee from Folsom, a friend of Pete Heimer's. That night, I attempted to make my first contact with Zimmerland at the beer garden out on Manchester Avenue. Waiter? Yes, sir. Can I help you? Yeah, draft beer. Bring me a bag of peanuts, too. All right, sir. Just a minute. Is the boss around? Sir? Jules, the boss. Is he around? I'd like to see him.
I saw him around a minute ago.
Yeah, there he is. I'll tell him. Right.
Want to see me?
You Jules Zimmerman?
That's right.
Jack Bronson. I'm a friend of Pete Heimer's. He told me to look you up.
I thought Pete was in Folsom.
Yeah, he is. I was in there with him. His cellmate. I drew parole about a month ago.
Oh, I see. Mind if I sit down?
No, go ahead.
Sure. How's Pete making out? Doing all right?
Well, it's kind of rough. He's fighting time, doing it the hard way. He's not young anymore, you know.
Yeah, it's too bad. He's a nice fellow, Pete. Never did use his head, though. Here you are, sir. Draft beer, peanuts. Mr. Zimmerman? No, nothing.
Yes.
Where are you from originally, Bronson, L.A.?
No, Detroit.
What do you figure on doing now? Going back there?
No. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm still looking around. Can't go back to my racket, that's the thing.
That's so?
Yeah, they got my M.O. tag from here to Seattle.
What's that?
Safe. That's all I ever worked. That's what I
Do
thought.
you mind if I...
No, help yourself.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, you've had tough luck. How much time you do?
2 10, 7 in, 3 out.
You working now?
Yeah, lumberyard.
What's that?
I said a lumberyard.
Must be easy. Your hands don't show any work.
No, of course not. I don't go into that rough stuff. I'm a clerk over there. It's an easy touch, not much dough, though.
What are your plans? Got anything in mind?
Oh, I don't know. Money. Pete told me if I ever got disgusted to look you up.
No, I don't know. There's not much doing around here right now.
I really tried to make it when I came out this time and play it straight.
You want some of these?
No, thanks. You go ahead.
Okay.
Tried to play it straight, stay on the street. It can't be done. I can't punch a clock. It drives me crazy.
Well, I wish I had something for you. Don't know the thing. It's rough, Bronson. I got an idea how you feel.
I guess you ought to know. Pete told me. Said you fell twice back east. Minneapolis, wasn't it?
He talks too much.
Not only to the right people. Nice setup you got here, Jules. You must sell a lot of beer, huh?
I get by.
Orchestra, big layout, first cabin.
Well, we got pretty good business going.
Let's quit kidding, huh, Jules? I need a job. I got to turn about.
I wish I had something for you.
Now, look, I didn't spend all that time in the joint with Pete for nothing. I know the setup. Pete says you're a right guy. He can do business with you.
What do you mean?
Just that. I got contacts up by Fresno, Red Mountain. Good contacts. A lot of money up there. Pete says you handle quality stuff, European. The stuff they're pushing up around Fresno's nothing. Real lousy. If we play it straight, we can both score. We score good.
I don't think I'll follow you, Bronson.
I think you do. If we get the right stuff up there at the right time, we can clean up. I know we can.
That's so.
I got a buddy who had to bum a ride to get up there 4 months ago. Now he's driving a Cadillac. Great business up there. It's fast and it's clean.
Hey, you want another beer?
I can't afford a stall in this, Jules. There's a lot of sucker money around, and I want a piece of it.
Well, maybe we can talk, Bronson. I don't know. It might work out something. I'd like to get to know you.
What's the pitch? I said I was a friend of Pete's, didn't I? Check with him, or don't you trust him?
I haven't heard from Pete lately. I like to. Can't be too careful, you know. It pays to check things out.
All right, go ahead and check. I just haven't got the time to throw away, that's all.
I'm sure crazy about these peanuts. Well, I'll tell you. I might send the wife up to visit Pete this Sunday. She doesn't know him, but she can ask him about you. I hope you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. I just want to get going. If you haven't got any junk to push, put me next to somebody who has, huh? There's dough to be made, enough for both of us. I want to make it. You can't go wrong on the deal. You're smart enough to see that, aren't you?
Talk fast, Bronson.
Look, you're not doing me any favor. I'm doing you one. If you're not ready to move on the deal, just say so. If you are, okay.
But, well, it's a big rush. Take your time. Let's talk about it.
You already have. How about it?
How about what?
You got the setup. Now when do I get an answer?
When I get one from Pete.
11:30 p.m. I traded small talk with a narcotics suspect, Jules Zimmerman, until closing time. Then I left the beer garden, took a streetcar back to the room I'd rented in a small third-rate hotel down on South Broadway. The following morning, I got in touch with the office, and they, in turn, contacted Captain Larry O'Brien at Folsom Penitentiary and acquainted him with the facts of the case. He was told that Mrs. Zimmerman would arrive at the prison to visit Pete Heimer the following Sunday, and that she had never seen Heimer before in person. O'Brien made immediate arrangements to have one of the officers at the prison pose as Pete Heimer and visit with Mrs. Zimmerman. Heimer himself would know nothing about it. I spent the next few nights at the beer garden trading more small talk with the suspect, Jules Zimmerman. The conversation included fishing, the liquor business, gambling, sports, everything but narcotics. I couldn't tell how I was making out with him, whether he was sold on me or not. I waited in my hotel room the following Sunday afternoon until Frank Smith called me from the office. He told me Captain O'Brien at Folsom had just contacted them. He said Mrs. Zimmerman had visited the prison, that she talked with the guard posing as Pete Heimer, and that apparently everything had gone off well. 9:30 the following Monday night, I went back to the beer garden and met with Jules Zimmerman.
Yeah, not a bad crowd for a Monday night. Usually a lot slower than this.
Well, I'll let you worry about that, Jules. We've been through enough small talk. Now, how about it? What's the answer?
Gotta be in a hurry, don't you? Relax, it'll work out.
Not without a push, it won't. Now, how about it? You said you'd have an answer tonight.
I got one.
All right.
It's no.
What?
The idea's all right. I just don't like the way you figured it, that's all.
Yeah.
I don't take the risk of getting the stuff up to Fresno. If you buy here. After that, I don't care. How you get up north is your work.
Well, that's the way you feel. I'm not going to fight you on it. Your wife checked with Pete. Huh?
Just Pete gave the go-ahead. You're everything you say you are. Understand you did a couple of big favors for Pete up there.
Well, I'd expect the same from anybody of mine.
Pete told the wife you stood a beef for him. Could have talked, you kept your mouth shut. Only one more thing I want to know.
You asked enough, haven't you?
You ever chip you around with the junk?
Do I look like it? I wouldn't touch it for $1 million. I know the things I'm weak on. H isn't one of them.
Good. I don't want anyone around to shoot your stuff. Seen it happen 100 times. Cops pull them in and you're gone. They all talk when they get sick. Let's stop it. Come on back in the office.
All right.
You say you got these friends who want to buy. How much money can they raise?
Well, it depends. How much stuff can you come up with? I mean, good stuff.
Everything I handle's good. Here, go ahead.
All right.
How about it? How much they want?
I told you, it depends. How much can you deliver?
That's up to the big man. I don't know how much he's got left. I figure stores are pretty low.
Thought you were the big man.
Bum guess. I handle the stuff for him, that's all. I get my cut.
Well, he must be big. Who is he?
None of your business. You don't make the deals with him. You make them through me.
All right, with me. You say you figure he's pretty low on the supply, huh?
Mm-hmm.
When's he going to have enough to deal? I mean, a big buy.
Maybe this Saturday. I don't know.
When will you know?
Saturday when I see it. How much cash can your friends raise?
10,000, maybe more, depends.
You have the money by then?
Maybe. I'll have to have a couple of days, contact my friends. Probably they'll want more. How's the stuff come in?
Why?
Well, what do you think? Why? I want the right slant. Where's it coming from? I'm not going to get loaded down with Mexican stuff. We can help it.
Don't worry. European comes in by ship.
Yeah, well, it doesn't gel for me. How do they get it by customs?
They don't. I do. By the way, you doing anything Saturday?
Why?
I'll take a little run in my fishing boat. One of the boys is sick. I need another deckhand. What kind of sailor are you?
I can make out.
All right. Come along. We'll do a little fishing. You might learn something.
Yeah.
Smuggling's not as tough as it looks.
This guy cold calls me during dinner, trying to convince me that his wonderful money management advice will make me rich. I say, I already have someone for that. He says, oh, yeah? What does your guy do for you? I say, well, let's see. He helps plan my investments for long-term growth. He administers my 401k, and he's got people managing my trust real estate holdings and dealing with all the zoning and entitlement stuff that drives me crazy. He can get me $1 million line of credit to help pay my capital gains tax, and he can occasionally talk some financial sense into my brother-in-law. Well, there's this pause on the other end, and then he says, do you need any mutual funds?
At City National Bank, we realize you do things not everyone can do, and you need things not every bank can deliver. Talk to a trust and investment specialist at City National, the way up. Visit us at cnb.com, member FDIC. Some investments are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
I'm talking to myself again. This time I'm talking car insurance. I don't want to think about car insurance. I know, but I need to pick a car insurance company, and I heard about Wawanisa Insurance. Yeah, from my sister Jan. Wawanisa. I hear they're really good. Oh, the best. The Department of Insurance said they had no real complaints last year. 0 customer complaints. And Jan says they settled claims fast, fairly, and accurately. Great service. Just what I'm looking for. Wawanisa gets an A+ rating from AM Best and has been in business for over 100 years. Wow. Service and stability. Did I mention that Wawanisa has really low rates, too? Jan's been saving money with them for years. Gee, with the money I'll save with Wawanisa's low rates, I'll have more money to spend on the kids. Okay, I'm going with Wawanisa. With Wawanisa, I'll never have to think about car insurance again. Check Wawanisa's low rates today by calling 1-800-438-4300 and ask about their homeowner and condo insurance, too. Call 1-800-438-4300. Wawanisa Insurance. Excellent service at an excellent price.
KNX 1070 News Radio.
Tuesday, October 13th, 9 a.m. I called the office and briefed him on the results of my conversation with the suspect, Jules Zimmerman, the night before at the beer garden. Captain Kearney put my partner, Frank Smith, on the phone, and we set up a meeting for that afternoon. 2:30 p.m. I left my hotel room and took a streetcar downtown to Pershing Square. Excavating work for the new underground garage at the square was still going on. A temporary wooden fence circled the construction area. I went to the southeast corner of the square where a courtesy stand had been put up for the sidewalk superintendent. I stood around with a dozen other people watching the excavation. I waited. 2:45 p.m.
Joe, how's it going?
Hi, Frank. Not bad.
Hey, they're moving this thing right along, aren't they? Looks like they got that hole just about dug.
I think you're going to have to go deeper than that. It's kind of hard to judge from up here. Looks deeper than it really is. Well, I had some pretty good luck last night.
That's what I hear. How's it shape up?
He told me the stuff's been coming in by ship. Zimmerman did. I think maybe he's telling the truth.
How do you think they're working?
I don't know. He wouldn't say. Might have a chance to find out this Saturday.
What's the pitch?
Well, Zimmerman's got a boat. He offered to take me out this Saturday. He mentioned they're expecting a shipment of the junk the same day. Could be he's got some connection on one of the ships coming in from overseas. He takes his boat out, meets the ship, and somehow they transfer the junk without attracting attention.
Any chance you can get the name of the connection, if there is one, I mean?
Well, I'm going to try. Supposed to be a big man in the setup, too. I haven't got his name yet either.
Somebody over Zimmerman?
Yeah. You handle the details for Saturday, will you? I'll keep you brief.
Okay.
Check on all the ships that are due into Wilmington Friday and Saturday, will you? I'll find out where Jules keeps his boat moored, and you can make arrangements to have the dock area covered and notify customs, too, huh?
Right. You got any kind of a deal set up with Zimmerman yet?
Yeah, I'll buy for $10,000. I'm supposed to be making it for friends up in Fresno. Tell the captain I'll need some dough.
How much?
Well, you can rake together 1,000 if you can. You know, small bills make it look big.
Right. I'm a little worried, Joe. Things seem to be rolling out too fast.
How do you mean?
Possible Zimmerman might be wise. Maybe he's just stringing you along. You're not going to be able to follow you out in the bay, not without tipping the whole thing.
Yeah, I know.
You're going to be strictly on your own on that boat. Zimmerman's wise. He and the gang will be in a perfect spot. Maybe we could set it up to have a boat standing by if you need help, maybe half a mile away or so.
Well, might scare him off, ruin the whole deal, Frank.
Yeah, that's the trouble, Joe. If they're wise and they get you out on that boat, they got you cold. They won't give odds on your chances.
Well, then we're even. I'm not giving any on theirs. For the rest of the week, I spent the days in my hotel room and my nights at the beer garden setting up the buy with Zimmerman. Thursday night in Zimmerman's office, we agreed on the final details for the buy. In the process, I succeeded in finding out the plan for the meet. At 2:30 Saturday morning, Zimmerman, two of his gang members, and myself would board his boat at a private dock in the San Pedro area and proceed 5 miles out from shore. How the actual transfer of the narcotics was supposed to be made, I still couldn't find out, but I did learn that Zimmerman's main contact on the deal was a Marcus Torricelli. He was supposed to be a steward aboard an inbound freighter. The next day, I relayed the information to the office and gave him a final briefing on the plans for the meet as Zimmerman outlined them to me. Saturday, 2:30 a.m. Zimmerman and I, along with the two members of the gang, boarded his boat at the private dock and proceeded out to sea. It was a fairly new boat, well appointed, a 38-foot motor cruiser. The two men kept busy above deck. Zimmerman and I played cards, talked, and drank beer down in the cabin. 5 a.m.
2 pair, queens up. You do better?
And you dealt it. 3 trades. Had enough?
$40 worth, plenty. Want another beer?
No, I got a headache. What time you got?
Later than I thought. 20 after 5. Let's go topside. Get about time we start looking around anyway. Come on, I better get up there and check our course.
All right. Sure nice boat you got, June. Just set you back plenty, huh?
Wouldn't believe it. I got it insured for $20,000, cost me $500.
You paid $500 for this?
Yeah, a society woman owned it. Husband left it to her. She got hooked.
Oh.
One of my best customers. Spent everything she had on the junk. I got this for $500 worth of H, high grade.
What's she do for stuff now?
She doesn't need it. She's dead. Really a nice boat. Never enjoyed anything more in my life. Just a minute.
What's the matter?
Yeah, must be it.
What are you talking about?
The freighter. A couple of points off starboard.
Oh, yeah.
George? Hey, George.
Yeah, Joe. Okay, I see it. Want a signal now?
No, hold on. Let's make sure. You have any glasses there, will you?
Yes. Here.
Thanks. Have a look here.
What's fit?
Just a minute. Yeah, Panamanian flag. That's it. Very no. All right, George, let's try to swing around.
Okay, Joe.
Give the rudder hard right. 3 complete turns. Keep astern of her.
Right. Meet set up, Jules. What happens now?
Another pair of glasses there. Watch for yourself.
All right. Delivery comes from the ship, huh? Big boy on board?
That's right. On board here.
You really had me fooled.
Let's keep it that way. Tell you the truth, I thought you had it figured.
No, I didn't. I'll swear with you. You got a good front, Jules. Keep it that way and you'll be hard to make.
I'm on the home stretch. You're not going to make me. 2 more trips and I'm getting out. Then I really go fishing.
There he is, Jules. Back on his stern. Gonna dump it?
All right, keep an eye out. Hey, train your glasses on the stern of that freighter.
Yeah? What about it?
Just a minute. Now, you see it? Now?
Oh, a man coming out, huh? Looks like he's dumping some garbage over there.
That's right. Hey, don't watch the man. Watch the garbage. It doesn't go through customs.
Pretty smart. That's your contact, huh?
Yeah, Marcus. Good boy. Hasn't failed yet. All right, George. Move in. Get the net. Ready for the pickup?
All ready, Jules. I just can't get over it. It's sure smart. How do you keep the junk dry?
No problem. Just dump the package over along with the garbage. Waterproof wrapping. Hey, keep your eye on it, that's all.
Yeah, I got it spotted.
All right, George. Hand down the net. Here you go. Yeah. All right, coming alongside. Hold it steady. I got it. All right, let's go. George, let's go. Okay. Down below. Okay.
Sure make it look easy.
All it takes is a little savvy. Now, let's have a look here.
Ping pong balls. What's the pitch there?
You ever hear one sinking?
Oh, yeah, sure.
3, 4. Yeah, all here. Good delivery. Hey, Bronson, your share, 10 grand worth. How about the money?
How about a look?
Suit yourself. All right?
Okay, fine.
Well, about the money?
I don't know. I'll give you 1,000 now.
What do you mean 1,000? There's 10 grand here. That's what you wanted.
Take it easy, will you? How'd I know what I was getting into out here? Could have been a heist. I couldn't bring all the dough along.
I want the money.
I told you I'll give you 1,000 now. You'll get the rest when we get in.
Well, if there's something wrong here, I don't like this. I'll call George. We'll head out
Relax,
again.
will you, Jules? There's nothing wrong.
Don't try to con me. I'm not taking a chance. There's something wrong.
All right, hold it right there.
I'm calling George.
Call him loud first time. You won't get a second one.
Nice gun.
Fuzz. Lousy. Now, you go back and sit down. No, right where you are. Hands on the table.
Look, Bronson, we got time to talk this out. I got a big investment here. I got a lot to lose. All you have to lose is a pinch.
You keep your hands on the table, will you?
I'll make it right by you. You won't be sorry. I'm a wealthy man. How much you want?
Keep your voice down.
Believe me, I'll make it right to you. You said you liked the boat, didn't you? You can have it, huh? Everything with it, okay?
No deal, Jules. It doesn't smell any better than your delivery.
What?
Garbage.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
Jules Zimmerlin, his contact Marcus Torricelli, and the other 2 members of the narcotics gang were filed on in the district attorney's office for violation of the state health and safety code, section 11,500, 1 count. They were found guilty and received sentences as prescribed by law. The violation carries a penalty of imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 5 nor more than 10 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, defense of our country against aggression abroad and inflation at home depends on our ability to fill both our military and civilian requirements. All Americans must work together. Remember, the better we produce, the stronger we grow.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police.
Lost in Brazil invites you. Each moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 136 regarding a murder and suicide at 1929 South Grand Avenue. See the battalion fire chief in charge for details. That's all. Rosenquist.
In the city chemist's office, we find Earl Crawford, chief chemist, working over his tubes and reports. He turns to his co-worker with a sigh of satisfaction.
Well, Jack, I've discovered the secret.
What are you working on? It smells like gasoline.
It is. A very mysterious gasoline. Ever since the city started buying this gasoline, enthusiastic reports have claimed our cars were more efficient than ever. The police cars drive faster, the fire engines develop more power, and the records show we're getting greater mileage per gallon than ever before.
We're using Rio Grande cracked gasoline now in all city cars, aren't we? Is it that good?
Well, it's caused so much comment that they asked me to analyze some Rio Grande crack and tell them if it was doped in some way or to find the secret of its sensational performance.
I see. It does contain tetraethyl, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, but other gasolines have tetraethyl, too. No, the secret of Rio Grande's outstanding performance is its refining process. It's cracked into tiny molecules, infinitesimal atoms, obviously by a patented process, for I've never seen any other gasoline so finely cracked. No wonder it's so much faster than other gasolines. That cracking process is the reason why Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives greater speed, power, and mileage than other gasoline.
You've sold me. I'm going to use Rio Grande cracked in my own car. I see now why more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand.
And now it is our pleasure to present Captain Bert Wallace, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Police Department. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. Tonight you will hear dramatized the story of a perfect crime, which, like all perfect crimes, was a little imperfect. If the carefully laid plans of the criminal had worked, perhaps he would have escaped. But there seems to be some truth in the belief that there is a law of compensation. I have, in my years of experience in police work, never known of a case where a man broke the laws of society that he was not eventually made to pay for his misdeed. You can break every law but the law of compensation, and in the end, it delivers you up for an accounting with the society you have outraged.
That window up there.
That's fine. I want to talk to you later if you stick around. Yes, sir. There it is, boys. You're coming down the hall. Door's open. Right? All right. Turn your chemicals loose.
Yeah, the blaze don't seem to be nowhere else but right in this room, Chief.
That's right. You better check the walls.
Yes, sir.
Looks like it started over by the bed. Come on, Eddie. Let's get that bunch of bedclothes outside and wet them down.
Okay.
Here,
Give me a hand.
Hey, what's the matter?
Hey, Chief, there's a couple of bodies on this bed. A man and a woman, I think.
Alive? Well, look for yourself. All right. Eddie, you better call the morgue. Open those windows, Smith, and let some of this smoke out. I want to see what started this.
Yes, sir.
That's better.
Hey, Chief, look here on the floor.
Blood.
Yeah. And here on this dish cupboard. Splattered all over the place.
Looks like we've got more than a little fire here.
What the devil's this? Looks like it might have been a bird or something.
You're right. It was a bird. Probably a parrot.
Hey, you'd think a parrot would have enough sense to keep away from a fire, wouldn't you, Chief?
I don't think this parrot had anything to say in the matter. His neck's been wrung.
What do you mean? You mean somebody killed the bird?
That's what it looks like.
Well, it don't make sense.
Maybe this would help. Look here at this woman. See her head?
Yeah. Yeah, skull is smashed.
Right. I can't tell anything about the man, too burned. We'll have to let an autopsy show whether he was killed or not. Well, that's all the excitement, Chief. I'm Ledbetter from Central. Glad you got here. We found something that should interest you, boys. Here on the bed.
Oh. Fire got him, huh?
I don't think so. The woman's skull's been smashed with something. I can't tell about the man.
All right. Patton, you better get Munns up here with his camera and get some shots of this before we move them. And you can tell those reporters outside they can come in now. Hey, they'll love this.
Police photographs are taken of the grisly discovery, and the bodies are removed to the morgue for an autopsy. And in the burned apartment, Ledbetter and Patton, surrounded by reporters, firemen, and occupants of the apartment house, begin a minute investigation.
All right, fellas, get your pictures and then give us a chance.
What do you make of it, lad? You got any ideas?
I can't say anything yet, but it looks like murder and suicide.
Okay, thanks.
Hold it a minute, Ledbetter. Huh?
Stand back over the bed, will you?
That's it. Still.
Thanks. That was a while.
All right, boys, now you got enough. How about clearing out? Yeah, I will. Shut the door, Pat. Maybe we can get some work done.
Yeah, no chance of getting any fingerprints from anything now. That mob fixed that.
Yeah. Well, come on. I want to get a look at that bed. You know, there's a lot of things here that don't make sense.
That parrot, for instance?
Yeah, that and other things, too. Number one, how did the fire start? You can't just set a match to a bed and have it burn this much.
Well, here's the answer to that. Under the bed. Bunch of wadded paper, half burnt.
What's that lying there? Electric heater?
Looks like it was a heater. Hey, what the devil?
What have you found now?
This heater has a gadget attached to it. Take a look for yourself.
Well, of all... Look here. There, this is what started the fire, all right. And I think it establishes this as a double murder. See here? This watch is wired into the heater cord so that at a certain time the minute hand will make contact and start the heater.
And the heater starts the paper burning, and from there, it's simple.
Yeah, excepting that we don't know who did it.
Yeah, right.
Suppose you look around and see what else you can find while I question a few of the people in the building.
Okay, lad. I'll stick here.
If you find anything, I'll be down the manager's apartment.
Right.
Everybody here, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Everyone I could find who knew anything.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you people to be quiet while I ask a few questions. I'll start with you. What's your name?
Ralph's my name. I live directly under the barber's apartment.
Well, did you hear anything last night that might have any bearing on this?
Well, I heard some noise upstairs.
What kind of noise, Mr. Sproul?
Well, it might have been a scream, and then something fell to the floor.
What time was that?
Oh, somewhere around 8:30 it must have been, because I remember I was listening to a radio program, and I heard the announcer say it was 8:30.
Anyone else hear anything like that?
Yes, sir. I did.
What's your name?
Grant, sir. Edward Grant. I live right next to Mr. Sproul here.
Well, if both you gentlemen heard what sounded like a scream, why didn't you investigate it?
Well, you see, sir, I haven't been well, and I can't get up and downstairs so good.
Oh.
Anyway, well, I didn't give it much of a thought.
And you, Mr. Sproul?
Yes, I didn't think much about it either.
That all you can tell me?
No, sir. About 10:30, I heard someone moving around up there in the apartment. And then about 12, the noise stopped, and I figured the barbers had been making the noise and had gone to bed, so I went to sleep.
Anything else happen?
Well, to tell you the truth, I guess you're going to think I should have done something, but I didn't. I'm just naturally not suspicious.
I understand, Mr. Sproul.
Well, I woke up about 4:30, and I heard what sounded like someone wadding a paper upstairs. It struck me as kind of funny, but I didn't think it was anything serious, so I listened till it stopped and then went back to sleep.
Is that the last thing you heard until you woke up this morning?
Yes, sir. I slept right through till I heard someone yelling fire, and then I got up and found the building was burning and got out.
Oh, which one of you turned in the fire alarm?
I did.
Oh, you live here?
Oh, no, sir, but I'm on the market across the street, and I was opening up about 6 o'clock this morning, and I saw the smoke coming out from the window in the apartment there. So I turned to the alarm and woke up everybody in the apartment house and told them to get out.
Yeah, it's a good thing you happened to see that smoke.
Yes, sir.
Another 10 minutes, the whole place would have been burning.
Beg pardon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Lieutenant Patton is outside. Says he wants to see you.
Oh, thanks. I'm going to ask you people not to go away until I tell you to. I want to ask some more questions in a little while.
How about me, Lieutenant? I've got a store to run.
Well, I guess it'll be all right for you to go over to your store, but stick around pretty close, if you will.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
All right. Oh, Pat?
Thought you might want to see this book I found in Barber's room. It's a list of the people who worked for Mr. Barber at his auto park.
Good. Let's in. Not much here. A few names we might look up and talk to.
You'll find out anything from the tenants?
Yeah. A couple of guys in there practically listened to the whole thing, but didn't think enough about it to investigate.
You got any leads on who might have done it?
No, but I haven't finished yet. There's still a couple of people in there I haven't questioned.
All right, let's talk to them.
Okay. This is Lieutenant Patton who's working with me. He has a few questions to ask you people, and then you can go.
Can any one of you think of anybody that might have had a grudge against the Barbers? Anyone who didn't like them?
I don't think there was anybody didn't like them. They was a real nice couple. They was always so kind to everybody. And especially to that young fellow who worked for Mr. Barber. Treated him like a son.
What's that?
Why, the young man who used to help him around the place here.
What's his name?
I don't know his last name. They called him Fred.
Has he been around here lately?
Oh, sure. He was around all the time, just like one of the family.
Mm-hmm. Let me see that book again, Pat.
Here you are.
Fred.
You don't think he done it, did you? Why, he was like one of the family.
Yeah, so you said. No, I'm not saying he did it, but I'd like to have a little talk with him. Fred Stetler. Would that be his name, do you think?
I don't know. I never heard his last one. But he wouldn't do a thing like this.
Oh, of course not. Come on, Pat. We're going back to headquarters.
Taking the remains of the heater and the ingenious timepiece attachment back to headquarters, Ledbetter and Patton report to Captain Wallace, head of the homicide squad.
Here's the stuff we picked up out of the apartment, Captain. The fellow who figured this gadget out was pretty smart. He must have known something about watches and electricity to make this work.
Well, that's something to go on. Incidentally, the coroner's report shows that both the bodies had been hit on the head with some heavy object. Might have been a hammer.
That settles it, then. The suicide idea is definitely out. We're looking for a smart murderer.
You know, I got an idea this Fred fellow that man told us about might know something.
It doesn't seem very likely that a man who'd been on such close terms with them would murder them. Where's your motive?
Well, there isn't any yet, but I'm still going to talk to him.
You have his address?
Yes, sir. It was in this book we found. Of course, this may not be the right Fred, but we'll find out soon enough. Was there anything you want us to do, Captain, or shall we go on and look for this fellow?
Go ahead. This is your case. Busted.
Yes, sir. Come on, Pat. Let's go.
At the address given in the little book, the two detectives find that the man known as Fred Stetler is out. But from a neighbor, they learn...
Well, sir, I don't know the fellow very well. Speak to him when I see him, that's about all. But it sure struck me funny the way he was acting yesterday. Seemed all sort of nervous-like, and hardly even noticed me when I said hello.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Well, I remember that it struck me kind of funny about his car.
What about his car?
Well, last night I couldn't get to sleep, and it was kind of warm, so I sat out here on the porch and smoked until pretty late. I guess it was about 1:30 when I went to bed, and Stetler hadn't come home yet.
Was that unusual, Mr. Cook?
Well, it was the first time I can remember that he was out so late. But that ain't all. In the morning, I woke up about 6:45 and looked out, and there was his car in front of the house. Now, I know he never leaves it out in the street. Always puts it in the back. Well, anyway, while I was looking out the window, the door opens, and he comes out of his house and walks to his car. I thought he was leaving early, but he didn't leave.
What did he do, Mr. Cook?
He looked around as though he was afraid someone might see him. And then he reached in and got some stuff out of the back of the car and took it in the house.
What kind of stuff?
Well, I couldn't see just what it was. But a little later, he started a fire out in the backyard and burned some things. I don't say he was doing anything wrong, mind you, but it sure looked funny.
What happened after he burned the trash?
He got in his car and drove away. That's the last time I seen him.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Cook. And I want to caution you not to tell anyone what you've told us or anything about our being here. That's very important.
Won't say a word to no one. You can trust me.
Good. Come on, lad. What do you say we poke around that trash heap out back? I'd like to see what he was so anxious to get rid of.
Nothing much left here. Must have been a hot fire.
Small booth there. Nothing unusual about that.
We better take them with us. Can't tell what's on them.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I hear a car out in front. Might be Stetler.
Come on, around the side where we can see.
a young fellow. Looks like he's going to come right to this door. Come on. Just a minute, young fellow.
Huh?
We want to talk to you.
Why, sure. What about?
You live here?
Yes?
And your name must be Stetler, that right?
Yes? Say, who are you?
Detectives. We want to ask you a few questions.
Oh, well, do you mind if I go in the house for a minute? I'll be right back.
No, not at all. We'll come with you.
Well, all right.
You're a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Barber, aren't you, Stetler?
Yes, I've known them some time.
They're pretty fond of you, aren't they?
I guess they are, yes. Why'd you ask?
Did you know that they had met with an accident?
What?
Had been murdered, in fact?
Murdered? Oh, you cannot mean that. That is not possible.
I'm afraid it's not only possible, but it's quite true, Stetler. They were found murdered and burned in their apartment this morning.
Oh, but
we wondered what you knew about it.
What I knew about it? But this is the first time I'd heard.
Where were you last night, Stetler?
I was here.
All evening?
Yes, that is almost all evening.
Where were you at about 10:30?
Don't know. Driving around somewhere, I think.
You think? It would be better if you knew.
What do you mean? You're not trying to say that I had anything to do with
the murder of your good friends, the Barbers?
That is ridiculous. I didn't even see them last night.
Well, how did you know they were murdered last night?
How? You told me. That is how you told me a minute ago.
Where'd you get the watch, Stetler?
Watch? What watch?
Why, that one on your wrist.
Oh.
What's the matter? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
Why, there's nothing. I'm a little upset by the news, that is all.
Yes, of course. You would be, being such a good friend and all.
Yes, they were very good friends of mine.
What did you find so important to burn this morning, Stetler? In the backyard, I mean.
Why, nothing in particular, just some trash.
Just some trash, eh?
Yes.
I think you'd better come down to the station with us, Mr. Stetler, just for some routine questioning.
At headquarters, Ledbetter first sends several officers back to the suspect's home with orders to thoroughly ransack the place for clues. Then proceed with the questioning.
Mr. Stetler, the first thing I want to know is exactly where you were last night. We know you weren't at home until after 1:30.
Well, I went over to see my girlfriend. I stayed there for a little while, and then I just drove around. I had a little argument with her, and it upset me.
You didn't go anywhere near the barber's place?
No.
You know a good deal about electricity, don't you, Stetler?
Why, not a lot, no. Why?
Ever work as a watchmaker?
No.
What nationality are you?
Swiss.
Well, isn't it the Swiss who make such fine watches?
I don't know.
Swiss movement? I have one right here that says that on it. Very fine watch, too.
What has that got to do with me? What are you talking about watches for?
Oh, just to pass the time. You don't seem to want to talk, or do you?
I've nothing to say.
Oh, say, lad, speaking of watches, what happened to that one we had around here this morning? You know the one I mean.
Oh, yeah, it's right here in this drawer. Hey, maybe Mr. Stetler would be interested, huh? That's an amazing little gadget, Stetler. Just an ordinary dollar watch to all appearances, but a mighty dangerous little toy.
Yes?
Yes. Ever seen anything like it before?
No, I have not.
The hour hand's missing, but the rest of it's all here, including some things that weren't on it when it was sold.
Why don't you tell him where we found it?
Oh, I didn't think he'd be interested. Would you, Stetler?
Yes, I suppose so. I don't know.
Well, I don't think it will bore you. It was hooked up to an electric heater in the barber's apartment. Right under their bed, in fact. And it was wired up so that when 50 minutes had passed, it turned the heater on and started a fire. Clever, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
You're sure you've never seen it before?
Of course I'm sure. Didn't I just tell you so?
You're getting pretty excited over it.
Well, naturally, I'm upset.
What did you argue with your girlfriend about, Fred?
What?
You said that you'd had an argument with your girlfriend last night, didn't you? Oh. Or was I mistaken?
Oh, last night, yes, I did have an argument, but that has got nothing to do with this. I don't see why I should tell you my personal affairs.
All right. It doesn't really matter. We'll just have to ask her, that's all.
Oh, no. Wait. Don't do that. I will tell you.
Oh, never mind. Maybe she'd be more willing to talk.
Wait a minute. I do not want her to get mixed up in this. She's a nice girl, and her family would not like it.
What's the matter, Stetler? You afraid her story won't jive with the one you told us?
No, it is not that.
Come in.
Here's some things the boys found, Lieutenant.
Oh, yes. Just wait out there a minute and I'll be with you. If you'll excuse me a minute, Mr. Stettler. You carry on, will you, Pat?
Sure thing.
All right, Sergeant. What'd you find?
These, Lieutenant.
Well. Where were they?
In a little workshop in Stedler's garage.
Nice work, Sergeant. I'll check with you later about the other things. Right now, I've got the heat on Stettler.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Stettler, I guess there's not much use in keeping you around here any longer.
You mean I can go?
Yeah, you may go. Just as soon as you've told me where you got this.
What is that?
The hour hand off that little watch gadget that you've never seen before. The boys say they found it in your workshop.
It is a lie. Anyway, how do you know there's one off that watch? There's hundreds of watches like that.
And I suppose there are hundreds of blood-stained trousers around every house, too, huh?
What do you mean?
The boys found a pair of pants in your place that had blood all over them. How do you account for that?
Why, I cut myself.
Where?
There? You're just trying to confuse me.
All right, now, Stettler, spill it. We've got enough on you to send you up. And you might just as well make it as easy on yourself as you can.
I did not do it. You can't make me say I did. I did have nothing to do with it.
Listen to me, Stettler. We've got the parts that were missing from that watch. We've got a pair of blood-soaked trousers that belong to you.
No.
We've got a pair of galoshes we found in your backyard with blood on them.
They're not mine.
We found a can in your car that had gasoline used to soak the barber's bed with before you set fire to it.
No.
Now stop shagging us around and come clean, will you?
All right. I will tell you all about it. Only stop pounding at me like I cannot stand it.
All right, Stettler, start talking.
All right. Only don't ask me any more questions. I will tell you all about it. I did it because I wanted money. I had to have some money. My girl was going to leave me. I did not know how to get any, so I decided to rob the barbers. Well, last night I went over to their place about 10 o'clock, and when I got up there, they were out. Good. No one home. Who's that? Oh, nothing but that parrot. I thought there was someone here at first. Oh, shut up. I don't know why I don't wring your damn neck. You and your continual squawking. Nuts. If I'm not wrong, this is the drawer where she keeps her money. Oh, not here. That's funny. Maybe it isn't this one. Not here either. Now, what the devil? Here it is. There must be plenty here, too. Now I will not have to worry about Peggy. She'll be plenty surprised when I show her this. That has got it. Now to get out of here.
Polly, I'll be right in as soon as we get the door open.
Mrs. Barber.
There we are, Polly. Now wait till we get the lights on. I'll give you presents. There now, my little Polly. Why, Fred, what are you doing here?
Shut up.
What do you mean talking to me like that? Have you been drinking?
No, I have not been drinking. Now shut up and let me think.
Why, what are you doing with that money? You were robbing me. Oh, how could you?
I told you to be quiet, didn't I? I told you not to say anything.
Fred, put the hammer down.
You would not stop talking.
Fred.
You would not do what I told you.
Fred, stop it.
You and that damn parrot.
You don't know what you're doing.
Well, I will stop you. I will make you be quiet for good. I told you I would shut you up, didn't I? Now for you, you squawking bird. Go ahead, talk your head off. You won't be able to in a minute. Now. Now, I guess you won't talk anymore. No. I will not have to listen to you anymore either. Either of you.
Hello, everyone. How's everything? Good God.
They would not stop talking.
Fred.
They would not be quiet.
Put that hammer down. Fred, for God's sakes, put that hammer down.
went home and built that heater thing. Then I went back and put the bodies on the bed and wadded up a lot of paper and put it so the heater would start burning when it turned on. Then I poured gas that I'd brought with me on the bed and floor and started the watch and left.
How much money did you get altogether, Stettler?
About $40, I guess. I'm not sure.
And you killed these people for $40?
I killed them because I did not know what else to do. Don't ask me questions. I can't stand it anymore. I'm sorry I killed them. I don't know why I did it. I don't ask me any more questions.
Fred Stettler was tried and found guilty of murder, 2 counts of burglary, and 1 count of arson. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, but after alienist had checked his family case history and found that his mother and uncle were both confined in an insane asylum in Switzerland, and that his brother was a sufferer from epilepsy, the judge, in sentencing this man, made the positive injunction that in the event that Stettler should become insane, that he be sent to the state insane asylum and immediately upon his recovery should be returned to the state prison. Upon examination, doctors found Stettler to be not criminally insane, but mentally unbalanced to a marked degree. And so ends the story of the almost perfect crime. Had Stettler's little gadget gone off before the gasoline had evaporated, the entire room would undoubtedly have burned, eliminating the important clues that started the investigation. But his mistake was not in figuring his time rightly. He set the watch to go off in an hour and forgot that gasoline evaporates in much less time. So we were able to put this killer safely behind the bars.
Thank you, Captain Wallace. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight and tomorrow, thousands of Calling All Cars fans will go to their neighborhood Rio Grande dealer and ask for a free copy of the latest Calling All Cars news. Get your copy and read about the 14 free gifts for boys and girls given away by Rio Grande to users of cracked gasoline. The same gasoline specified for police and emergency cars of the West's largest cities and counties. If you are a user of cracked gasoline, you are already enjoying police car performance in your own car. And while it's a thrill to test the greater speed and power cracked gasoline gives you, remember your motor needs perfect lubrication at high speeds. Most motor oils break down as you speed up, especially in hot weather. We urge you to protect your motor at all speeds with Sinclair motor oils. They are especially refined to remove waste products, such as wax and jelly, the useless part of most motor oils that is so quickly used up in your car, leaving carbon and gummy deposits. Use Sinclair motor oils in your crankcase, and you are guaranteed perfect motor lubrication under all conditions and at top speed.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all car to cancellation broadcast 136. Suspect in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rolls and questions.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. This week I'm going to start by telling you a little parable. One day a prince was riding over his lands and came to a clearing in a wood. In front of him he saw a tree, and in that tree, in the dead center of a roughly drawn bullseye, quivered an arrow. The prince rode on and found another tree and another arrow embedded with deadly accuracy in the center of a bullseye. Staggered by such amazing marksmanship, the prince thanked the archer and said, "If you'll teach me to shoot as well as you, I'll give you half of my kingdom." "Certainly, Your Highness," said the peasant, and taking an arrow from his quiver, he shot it at a tree some distance away. Then, walking to the tree, he took a piece of chalk from his pocket and proceeded to draw a bullseye round the arrow. "There you are," said the peasant, "how to be a perfect shot in one lesson." Now, rather naturally, the prince felt he'd been taken for a bit of a ride, and being a man of honor, and incidentally feeling that properly applied there might be some future in the peasant's racket, he duly made over half of his kingdom. I'm glad to report that he never regretted it, since the formula of making sure of your aim by sticking the target onto the arrow instead of the arrow into the target proved in matters of state a very paying proposition. This week's casebook history is that of the master detective of all time, a sleuth with 120 captures to his credit. And I'm sure you'll see the connection between the little parable I've told you and the story of Jonathan Wild. Jonathan Wild, the detective who could give details of any crime before it was committed, and who only failed because he succeeded too well. But let's begin at the beginning, something Mr. Wild would never have done. Let me tell you the story of the perfect detective. Jonathan Wild was born in 1682, and to understand the man and his work, you must picture the conditions of the time. At the end of the 17th century, London was overcrowded and chaotic. While its population increased by leaps and bounds, its city limits remained static. Beyond these limits, there was little or no attempt at administration. Little wonder that it was a criminal's paradise. To put an end to this state of affairs, the common law was injected with certain severe statutes which caused a great outcry from London's underworld and greatly increased the numbers of those residing in the prisons of Her Majesty Queen Anne.
Just as soon be here in jail as out at the job. With these new laws, a man's hardly a chance to catch a living.
It's just like a woman. She's not even got comfort on that throne of hers before she started mucking about with ways to confuse the poor suffering robbers at every turn. I tell you, it's just like a woman.
It's the same for us blokes, you know.
What you in for, Charlie?
Receiving. Caught with 2 bales of stolen silk just come into the shop the night before.
But that's no crime, Charlie.
Here, where you come from, matey? Didn't you know our blessed Queen Anne's made it a capital crime to receive? She's made it so if you steal something, you get hanged. And if you sells it to a bloke, he gets hanged.
I'm telling you, she'll come to no end with a drop in the population if she carries on this way. But if the police hadn't found the silk in your shop, you'd have got away with it.
Of course I would. But how quick do you expect me to get rid of this stuff? Can he come in the night before?
What if you never handled it? Don't talk me so daft. If he never handled it, he'd never receive it. If he never received it, he'd never sell it. If he'd never sell it, well, he might as well be some other bloke altogether. Well, let me explain. The only way the police can prove you're a receiver is if they catch you with the stuff in your hands. What if a thief told you where he'd hidden some stolen goods? So you could contact a likely buyer and direct him to the hiding place. The goods would never be in your possession.
Sounds all right. But how do we split the money?
I haven't worked out all the details. But if you'd like to get in touch with me when you come out, I'll be found at the Cock Alley Tavern in Cripplegate.
Why, that's Easy Mary's place.
That's right. I'm collaborating with her for a time. I'm being released from here today.
What have you been in for?
A few of my creditors became slightly too insistent.
And you're now going to set up in business, receiving?
I'd rather call it obtaining. I shall obtain information about any theft. I shall obtain a buyer for the stolen goods. And I shall obtain a good share of the thief's earnings. I certainly advise you to come in with me, gentlemen.
It will be enormously to your advantage. You talk very big. It's a maxim of mine, friend. Be your own trumpeter and don't be afraid of blowing loud. Here, what's your name? My name is Wild. Jonathan Wild.
Short and lame, loud but insinuating, Jonathan Wild was at this time 25 years of age. Soon after coming to London, he fell into heavy debt and consequently prison, where he served 4 years. On his release, Johnson joined his lady friend, Mary Milliner, in running the Cock Alley Tavern. It was a meeting place for criminals, and Wild immediately set about his new business, obtaining, as he called it, right on the premises.
Come into the next room, will you? I want to speak to you. Mr. Wild. You'd be a fool if you didn't. It wouldn't be there when you came back. There's a notice in the paper offering a reward for a diamond brooch. Stolen off Lady Borrowdale last week. I never heard of a theft. It wasn't reported to me. No, sir. It wasn't one of your men. Do you know the thief, then? Yes, sir. He's out there now. Porky Jim. And what's he done with the brooch? Call him, will you? Porky Jim! Hey, Porky! Come in. Come in. Porky isn't beginning too well lately, Mr. Wild. All the better, Sneaker. All the better. Come in, friend. Come in. See me? Indeed I do. Shut the door, will you, Sneaker? Now then, Porky Jim. First of all, realize I'm your friend. I'm here to help you. And if possible, make a little profit as well. Now, you stole a brooch from Lady Borrowdale last week. Oh, never mind who told me, I know. Have you been able to dispose of it?
No. There's not so many receivers about what with this new law.
Exactly. Now, how would you like me to arrange for its disposal?
You mean you'll buy it?
No, friend, no. I mean I'd find a buyer for you. How much do you want to get for it?
Oh, in the old days, the Seagull would give me 15 guineas easy.
Then I suggest that anything over 15 guineas comes to me, right?
All right.
Right, be outside the Eagle Arms Tavern in Smithfield at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Then a lady will buy the brooch from you for a certain sum. I'll be expecting my share tomorrow evening. Here. If I don't get it, the police might be interested to know 1 or 2 facts. Goodbye for the present, friend.
The next morning at an early hour, Lady Borrowdale received a visitor. His charm of manner quickly broke down any bad impression caused by his unattractive appearance, and his information was received with delight.
Your Ladyship, you must please forgive me for this early visit, but I have news which I am sure will cause you great relief.
Oh, pray continue, sir. May I first have your name?
So beautiful a lady may certainly have anything she wants of me. The name is Wild, madam. Jonathan Wild. My news is that you can recover your brooch for a price.
But I will pay.
How much, your Ladyship?
Well, I could not go beyond 25 guineas.
Pity it is then, your Ladyship, that the thief last night informed me he would part for the brooch for nothing less than £30.
Well, perhaps I could.
Outside the Eagle Arms Tavern in Smithfield at 2 this afternoon, a man will be waiting to sell your brooch to you for £30. I'm sure you will wish to avail yourself of the opportunity.
And what of you, Mr. Wild? What payment do you require for this information?
Not a single farthing, your Ladyship. I don't do these things for worldly interest, but for the benefit of any unlucky person who has met with misfortune. Your servant, madam.
Wild's power quickly grew. The thieves of London, spurred on by the knowledge of a secure market for their loot, came to Cock Alley Tavern in ever-increasing numbers. And once they'd contacted Wiles, they were in his hands, for they knew that he'd have no qualms about turning them over to the law if they took one step out of line. But Wiles was not content. Too much business was still slipping through his fingers. He decided to have a chat with the city marshal, Mr. Charles Hitchens.
So you see, my dear Mr. Hitchens, my work of recovering stolen property is hindered by lack of knowledge, lack of information.
I understand, Mr. Wilde. You mean that not all the thieves of London tell you of their robberies? Dear, dear.
Oh, shall we say rather that not all the victims of these robberies employ my services?
And why have you come to me?
Well, perhaps we could work together, friend. The thefts I don't hear about are probably reported to you. If you then pass the information on to me, we might share the profits.
Mr. Wilde, I believe you trade to the authorities as a thief-taker.
Frankly, sir, a sideline.
A profitable one, though. Not only do you keep thus in with us, but you hold your thieves in fear and subjection. And of course, there's the blood money you receive from the Crown for every capital conviction. Share that blood money with me, Mr. Wilde. I'll come in with you.
An excellent arrangement, Mr. Higgins. Agreed, then. By the way, I have opened an office for the transaction of my business. My henchman Blueskin runs it if I am otherwise engaged. The office is in the center of things, you might say, next door the courts in Old Bailey.
Rather near the law, Mr. Wilde.
To windward of it, sir. It's a maxim of mine that makes me keep in with them. Never do more mischief than is absolutely necessary for success.
Don't break the law, bend it. Although the partnership between Hitchens and Wilde lasted only a year, both parties made a good profit from the deal. Wilde's dominion enlarged, but still he was not content. One morning he saw a way to get out of a difficulty and at the same time double his income. He was always one for killing two birds with one stone. Recently he'd been having a good deal of trouble in disposing of stolen property.
I tell you, Mr. Wilde, I'm no pay £1,000 more than £20 to get back something that's my own. Damn it, man, I can buy a new snuff box for less than that. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. McCann. I cannot recover your own for less than 20. If you can buy another as good for less money, do so. It's outrageous. What makes you think I'd pay so much? Sentimental value, Mr. McCann. Sentimental poppycock, sir. Good day here. Now, one moment. That will be 5 shillings, please, friend. For what, may I ask? For my time, friend. Thank you. Blueskin, show Mr. McCann out, please. Yes, Mr. Wilde. I'll tell no one we are, thank you. Well, Blueskin, that's the second person today who's refused to pay what I asked. It's happening too much, Mr. Wilde, sir. Some of the lads are starting a grumble. Thanks to sure we're giving them a market. They needn't grumble any longer, Blueskin. We're going in for export. We have too many goods hanging around London waiting to be bought. We'll be charged as receivers before we know where we are. So whatever the original owners won't buy, I'm shipping to Holland. I've made Roger Johnston the skipper of a nice little vessel. And to make the journey worthwhile, he's going to bring back some other goods on the return trip. What sort of goods, Mr. Wilde? Something I know I can sell, Blueskin. Spirits. Yes, we'll dabble in smuggling. Purely as a sideline, of course.
Once his export-import venture was safely launched, Wilde, still unsatisfied with the financial results of his obtaining, embarked on another scheme. A scheme that is one of his chief titles to fame. He decided to organize the thieving profession. He made robbery a sound and profitable business. Profitable, of course, to himself. He was guided throughout by one of his maxims, that self-interest be the one principle of action.
He's traveling on that coach, and she always carries her valuables with her. Right you are, Mr. Wilde. We won't have no trouble. We'll choose a nice lonely spot, make quite sure nobody's about, and then stand and deliver. Stand and deliver! Now then, ladies and gents, take the next few minutes nice and calm, and there won't be no need for violence. Take shot. Hold the horses and keep an eye on the coachman. Stirrup, mind the passengers. Whoa there! Yeah, I can hold the beast up, but I'd rather give Stirk an hand with the ladies. There ain't no time for pleasure, Bagshot. Now then, which of you ladies is Travers? Elizabeth, Lady Travers. What do you want with me, Dillon? Oh, nothing whatever, your ladyship. It's your travelling case I'm after. And now, if you please.
It would appear I have no choice.
That's right, your ladyship. That's what would appear. Thank you kindly. Now, if my fella's finished with the other passenger, you can proceed on your way with no harm done, eh? All nice and friendly. Good night all, and thanks for your cooperation. All right, come on, you two. We'll have a watch on it in a minute.
During the following months, the money poured into Wilde's office. Having arranged a robbery, he would sit back and wait for the victim to come to him. He was widely known by now, and pay for recovery. His smuggling from Holland was thriving, and his thief-taking, as it was called, was earning him a good income from the police in blood money. But the authorities were not totally blind to what was going on. And on a July morning in 1718, Wilde was visited by the chief officer of the watch. Your activities as thief-taker are more closely connected than as lawful.
Oh, dear me, officer. Are people once more slandering me?
Is it slander, Wilde? How is it that you are so successful in apprehending criminals? Phenomenally successful. How is it that...
But do I not...
How is it that you are always able to recover stolen property when...
Let me finish, friend. But do I not the greatest good when I persuade these wicked people who have deprived folk of their properties to restore them again for a reasonable consideration? And are not the villains whom I have so industriously brought to suffer that punishment which the law, for the sake of its honest citizens, think fit to inflict upon them? In this way, I say, does not their death show how much use I am to the country? Why, then, should people asperse me or endeavor to take away my bread?
Not bad, Wilde. Quite eloquent. We don't want to deprive you of your bread, as long as it is earned apparently honestly. But your methods have caused too much comment. An Act of Parliament is being passed this year which will hit most of your business on the head. Your obtaining business, as I think you call it. In future, persons who take rewards for recovering stolen property and actually recover it without apprehending the thief will be guilty of the same felony as the thief.
Well, that means a hanging, then, friend.
Yes, Wilde. Yours, if you don't reform. I just thought I'd warn you. Good day.
Good day, friend. Oh, a moment, officer. Have you by some blunder taken a colleague of mine into your jails in the last 3 days? His name is Joseph Blake, and known as Blueskin.
I'd know if we had. I've been longing to get him. No, he's not with us. Yet.
Thank you, officer. Good day.
In actual fact, Blueskin had left his employer. Too many of Wilde's colleagues had been turned over to the police of late, and Blueskin feared that his turn was coming. Wilde had no inkling of this when he rapped on Blueskin's front door that night, nor had Blueskin ever told him that he had a very charming wife.
Is Blueskin... Mr. Joseph Blake at home?
Go on, say Blueskin. We all call him that. He's out at present.
Oh, you're his daughter?
Wife? You have a subtle way of flattery, Mr.
My name's Wilde. Jonathan Wilde.
Jonathan Wilde? My sir, won't you come in?
With the greatest of pleasure, ma'am.
You speak so cleverly. So unlike Blueskin.
Oh, by the way, where is the fellow?
Is not the job he done for you?
I've not seen him these last 3 days. What job, pray?
Some silver at the Scottish Ambassador's mansion, I think he said.
Keith, has he taken upon himself to? Am I to be betrayed by my closest henchman? Your pardon, Judith. We were speaking of more important things.
Yes, Jonathan?
Was it not a pennyweight of love I mentioned?
First thing next morning, Wilde was hard at work securing the arrest and imprisonment of Blueskin. Not only the knowledge of his helper's treachery urged him on, but also the seductive charms of his wife. Another opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In an evil-smelling cell at the Old Bailey, Blueskin desperately sought means of escaping the gallows. Wilde, who at this time was levying safety money from most of the criminals in London, was adamant.
But, Mr. Wilde, sir, please be easy on me. You're so powerful. What good can my death do you? You could easily bribe some of these fellas and get me a pardon, conditional transportation. I'd stay away, sir. I'd never come back, honest.
I took your penniless from the gutter, Blueskin. I taught you the trade. I gave you good reward for your services. Think of your wife, Blueskin. Could you have married her without the security and salary I put in your way?
No, sir. I'm very grateful.
Not grateful enough, friend. By breaking away from me, you showed ingratitude. Furthermore, you made yourself my enemy. And it's a maxim of mine, Blueskin, never to forgive an enemy. I'm afraid it is inevitable that you will hang. But I promise you the best coffin that money can buy. The money I received for your capture.
Oh, don't be so heartless, Mr. Wilde. Have pity on me.
I pity any man who is 9/10 of the way to the gallows, Blueskin. I suggest you prepare to meet your death with calm and repentance. I shall send you some books tomorrow to ease your final hour.
You swine. You're gloating over it. I'll see you at the Yorgate. I'll show you. Hang your this coward. Army, tell him
To celebrate the hanging, Wilde presented Judith, the dead man's wife, with a ruby ring, one which he was to wear for many a day and night to come. In the years that followed, Wilde's power and fortune doubled and redoubled. As a new Act of Parliament was enforced, he gradually abandoned his business of obtaining. His main occupation now was thief-taking, and many hours were spent arranging new robberies to increase his stock of thieves for the gallows. The loathing Wilde had inspired in the underworld was increased tenfold. It was indeed to prove the main factor in his undoing. But what actually put him into Newgate prison was surely the most uncharacteristic gesture of his career. He helped a friend. It was only in 1725 that Todd Snap, Wilde's current right-hand man, burst into his employer's office with alarming news.
What's in glory is the matter, Snap? You look troubled.
Johnson's been took.
And what am I meant to gather from Johnson's been took?
Roger Johnson, Governor, the skipper of our smuggler. He's been took. He's in Wood Street. Come to jail at this minute.
Dear me, yes, it is serious. But I fear there's nothing we can do about it, Snap. The blood money will go to someone else, that's all.
Governor, you've got to get him out. I don't know how, but you've got to. If you let Johnson down, there won't be one man left on your side. They'll think you put him in for one thing. Everyone knows you've been carrying on your business with Owen for ages.
That'll do, Snap. All right. We shall make an effort on Johnson's behalf. I want you to go and round up as many ruffians as you can find. Get them to meet in Cockle Street. That's just near the jail. At 7 o'clock tonight. Offer them a shilling apiece to make the most unholy row ever heard in London. I shall visit Johnson now and tell him to be prepared to escape when the riot commences.
The plan was successful. Johnson escaped. But the news leaked out that Wilde had organized the jailbreak, and as soon as he reappeared in public, the master criminal was thrown into Newgate prison.
Jonathan Wilde, you're under arrest for procuring the escape of a person, Roger Johnson, accused of a felony smuggling. Order in the court. Jonathan Wilde, meet your arrest on the 15th day of February on the charge of procuring the escape of a felon. The further charge is being laid against you that you organized a gang of felons, highwaymen, burglars, shopbreakers, pickpockets, and assisted them in disposing of their booty. Your trial is held over until the 15th day of May.
I'm feeling, Mr. Wilde.
Not so good, Snap. Too many men against me. Mostly dead.
You mean the ones you captured, Mr. Wilde?
Yes. This is the revenge of their friends. I put it all in this pamphlet. I want you to distribute it to every person in court tomorrow. The jury especially. Wait. Hear how it sounds. Members of the jury and bystanders,
You see before you a man ill-used by fate. I, Jonathan Wilde, the scourge of the criminal world, am now brought to court by the machinations of criminals. No less than 120 rogues have I turned over to justice. In the course of my duties, I have been involved in fights and violence of the severest order. Any man who does good must also have enemies. It is my enemies who have brought me here. I trust that you, my friends, will secure my liberty. Yes. I wonder what the 12 good men will say when they read that.
You, my friends, will secure my liberty. Oh, no, we won't. Still, I admire the devil. Came to the last. Look at him over there. Sneering, if you please. So ugly, ain't he? And they say he's a gay dog when it comes to the women. Oh, well, there's no accounting for their taste. It'll give me rare pleasure to cast my vote against Mr. Jonathan Wilde, and I shall be at Tyburn to watch him hang, along with 2,000 or 3,000 others. I'll see you there, Jim.
Another maxim of Jonathan Wilde, a man of tireless energy, breathtaking nerve, infinite resource. What a statesman he might have made. What heights his career might have reached had it not been cut short on that lovely spring morning in 1725 when, not altogether to his surprise, he was executed. Pity, I should like to have met him. Yes, as I said at the beginning of this broadcast, the peasant who drew the bullseye round the arrow had nothing on Jonathan Wilde, who told the thief where to rob and the police where to catch him. Jonathan Wilde's story suggests, I fear, that to be a perfect detective, you have to be a crook. Fortunately, I've never heard anyone from Scotland Yard claiming perfection. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Brazil invites you on a journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum. A repository of death, a repertorium of violence. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, in Charles's Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a carpenter's saw, a manicurist's orange stick, a 10-penny nail, all are touched by murder. Now this, a sheath knife. It's a familiar object. Maybe your son, if he's an outdoor sort of kid, has one. You may have one. If you enjoy wood carving at odd moments, it's a handy tool, a sheath knife. Handy for sailors or truckmen or killers.
Nasty wound. Eh, Doctor?
Very nasty, Inspector. 6 of them. Any one could have been fatal,
All very deep through clothing and overcoat. Then we're looking for a man, Doctor. A man with a lot of strength and a knife.
Well, today you can find that sheath knife, among other honored exhibits, in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Division of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear the Black Museum starring Orson Welles. Now, the Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Here we are. This is the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's mausoleum of murder. A functional place with its shelves and cabinets, its glass-topped exhibit tables, and the neat white cards identifying time and place and killing. Yet over the whole thing, a kind of aura, a mystery, as if the manipulators of these weapons still waited to pick them up, just beyond the shadows. Here lies death. 100 deaths, 700 in fact, collected over several generations. Would you call this a weapon? Look here, it's a boot. A leather riding boot is obviously made for a gentleman who rode behind the hound, but another gentleman's pink hunting coat was stained with blood when this boot became a bludgeon. This seems obvious. It's a hypodermic needle. It was once filled with poison. Here we are. Here's the sheath knife I was telling you about. Leather sheath, Sheffield steel, bone handle. It's a pretty instrument in its way. But the story connected with it isn't quite so pretty. It begins one coldish night in November, as a suburban train drew into the dark station at Ilford, a short distance from London. Two men rose to shrug on overcoats. In the same car, a man and woman rose too. Evelyn and Fred Winters, shipping clerk and his wife, returning to their little house in Ilford.
Careful, dear. It's dark on the platform.
You might go first, even if you are married to me.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yes, of course, yes. All right, Evelyn. Come along now. Train will take you on with it.
You'd like that, I expect.
No, we had a nice evening. You're tired now. You wouldn't talk like that. Well, let's walk. I'm a trifle chilly.
He's a patient man, this Fred Winters. He always manages to find excuses for his wife's nagging, but then Evelyn's a bit younger than Fred and quite good-looking in a rather daring manner, you know, with those tall, vividly colored girl, excellent figure, which she displays to advantage. Of course, all this was lost on the two men who left the train at the opposite end of the car for Mr. and Mrs. Winters. They stood on the platform for a minute or two, stamping their feet. And the Winters disappeared up the tree-lined street. For a moment or two, the two men followed. Apparently, they'd come to a decision. Whatever it was, it doesn't matter. It was never carried out. They heard Up the street in the dark, past a single streetlight to where Evelyn Winters stood and friend Winters lay.
Someone ran out of the driveway. Then Fred fell. Oh, he's all over blood. He's dead. He's dead.
Oh, he was dead, all right. He was quite thoroughly dead, as Inspector Bell put it. It's the man Scotland Yard placed in charge of the case.
Nasty wounds. Eh, Doctor?
Very nasty, Inspector. 6 of them. Any one could have been fatal. All very deep through clothing and overcoat.
Then we're looking for a man, Doctor. A man with a lot of strength and a knife.
Now it begins. The long, slow, painstaking piecing together of the puzzle. Someone with a good deal of strength wielded the 6-inch knife. Step 1. So far, so good. Step 2.
Yes?
I'm Inspector Bell, Mrs. Winters. We met last night near the station.
Yes, I remember. Come in, won't you? I expect you want to ask some questions.
The questions. They all begin as soon as the widow and the detective inspector are seated in the tiny front room of a shabby little semi-detached house. The inspector glances around, sees no wealth here, that's certain. Dismiss money as the motive.
What did your husband do, Mrs. Winters?
Do? Oh, I see. He was a shipping clerk.
How old was he?
He said 48. I think he was closer to 52.
Did he see service?
Home guard. He was too old for the ground troops, and he had no skills for any of the technical services.
Did Mr. Winters have any enemies that you know of?
Freddie? Enemies? Oh, of course not. He never hurt a fly.
An excellent quality. Gentleness.
Gentleness? Oh, no, Inspector. Fred was meek. Meek and mild, as the old saying goes. Well, he loved me in his way.
There was more of the same, lots more, but nothing to indicate a reason for willful murder. Finally, the inspector decided to call it a day.
Well, I won't bother you any longer today. Oh, yes. If you decide to go away, or anything like that, let us know when and where, won't you, Mrs. Winters?
A considerate man, Inspector Bell, and wise. He had long experience. He never rushed a case or a situation. He knew well that there wasn't any use in that. He returned to the local police station, and there he found a woman and a man waiting for him.
The murder took place right in front of my house, sir.
Did you see anything, ma'am?
No, it was too dark. Our street is very badly lighted. But I heard running in my driveway, and then it sounded like scuffling out front. I went to the window and heard a woman, well, half whisper, "Don't. Oh, don't."
Then she was frightened?
No, sir.
How's that?
It wasn't fright, sir. It was like she was begging someone she knew not to do something. Then I heard running away again, going away. And after that, the screaming.
You're certain the woman was not frightened?
I'm positive, sir. If I'd felt she was.
A tiny bit of testimony, very tiny. Would it stand up in court? How would it impress a jury? What would a good defense counsel do with it on cross-examination? Well, it was weak, but it was interesting. Quite interesting. And there was a man waiting at the station house for Inspector Bell with a woman. The man introduced himself.
I'm Stanley Winters, Inspector. Fred was my brother. I don't want to get anybody into trouble, sir, but there are a few facts my sister-in-law may forget to mention. Women are like that at times.
Facts? Such as, Mr. Winters?
There's a man who disliked my brother intensely. A ship's steward, James Davis.
And the cause of this dislike?
My brother threw him out of the house.
For what reason?
Fred thought that this Davis was, well, making passes at Evelyn. Fred mentioned it to me once or twice.
Your brother must have been fairly sure to take such action. Incidentally, what was this Davis doing in the house in the first place?
We knew Evelyn's family as a boy. He was quite friendly with Fred and Evelyn at first. Went off on a holiday with them to Brighton. Between sailings it was. Then he moved in. Fred had a spare room and could use the money. But after a while, Fred didn't like Davis's attitude towards Evelyn, so he threw him out.
Is there anything else, Mr. Winters?
Nothing I can think of, sir. This was just a point I thought you ought to know.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. We'll probably be in touch with you. Good night.
Good night.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Pick up order, Sergeant, for James Davis, ship's steward. Check crew lists of all lines carrying passengers or using stewards. And don't let Mrs. Winters learn that we know about Miss Davis. Not yet, at any rate.
Beg pardon. You James Davis, steward aboard the Morania?
I am. So what?
I'm from Scotland Yard. My credentials.
What do you want with me?
I'd like to have a talk with you before your ship sails. Sailing date's 3 days off, we understand.
That's right. What do you want to talk with me for?
A friend of yours has been killed. Name of Fred Winters.
What? Freddie dead? How? Where?
The inspector will tell you all that. Shall we go now, Davis? I've seen your first officer already. He knows what's going on. This is James Davis, Inspector.
How do you do, Mr. Davis?
Well, not so good. What with the news and all. Who killed Freddie, Inspector?
We'd like to find out. Perhaps you can help us. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
Yes, Sergeant, take care of Mr. Davis' overcoat. Hang it up in the outer office for him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It is a bit warm in here.
And, Sergeant, deliver this note to Dr. Arnold, will you?
Yes, sir.
Now then, Mr. Davis, perhaps you'll tell
Yes, Mr. Davis, perhaps you will tell us where you were last night between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m.
I was with Evelyn Winters' family. I've known them since I was a boy.
Well, that fits with Stanley Winters' story, doesn't it? And what about Evelyn Winters and Fred, Mr. Davis? You knew them well, didn't you?
Matter of fact, Inspector, I had a room with them. Until poor old Freddie got the idea that Evelyn and I were a bit too friendly. It wasn't true, naturally, sir. But I figured it'd be better all round if I cleared out. So I did.
Perfectly natural. Don't cause your childhood friend any trouble. If her husband is jealous, live somewhere else. So simple, so proper. It was just about then that the telephone on the inspector's desk added its voice to the situation.
Inspector Bell here?
Arnold speaking. Bill, you've got good eyes. Sergeant Holloway is here with a fellow's overcoat. He gave me your note. I made only the first test, but there's no doubt in my mind. That stain you spotted on the sleeve, it's blood, all right. No question about it.
Well, today you can find that sheath knife, among other honored exhibits, in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Would you care for a touch of international chicanery? Orson Welles portrays the roguish crook Harry Lime, a clever thief, continually in the middle of an international hijinks. Be with him each week as he darts back and forth across the line of the law. Be in on his sophisticated plans, which always end with someone getting conned. Join KUOW Thursday evenings at 9:30 as we present The Lives of Harry Lime. But hang on to your radio. You may have that by Friday morning.
Now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
They kept what they knew from Jimmy Davis and from Evelyn Winters. Scotland Yard has a habit of not breaking news until they're certain of the facts. And blood on the cuff of an overcoat is only one fact. The rest was guessing. That's not enough. They drew other items from Jimmy Davis that day before they finished with his overcoat and with him.
As I said, Inspector, I spent the evening with Evelyn's family. I've been doing that during my time ashore for years. I left them about 11 o'clock. It was something of a problem getting back to London. The trains out Manor Parkway aren't very frequent after 11. When I finally made it back to Victoria Station, the last train out my way was gone. I didn't have the cab fare, so I walked all the way home. Didn't get in until after 2 in the morning.
Quite straightforward, very logical, honestly told. To Inspector Bell, it seemed, well, just a little too honest. He asked Jimmy Davis to wait around a bit, then he consulted with Sergeant Holloway.
A railway map, Sergeant. Here's the line that runs out to Manor Park.
He was there, sir. Mrs. Winter's family confirmed that. And the time Davis says he left them.
If there were anything to our idea, he'd never tell us about it if they couldn't confirm it. But he must have known it was a problem, as he said, to get back to London.
Well, how does that fit, sir?
He could have left a little earlier, but he didn't. Now, look here, on the map.
Yes, look closely, Sergeant. What do you see? The inspector's pointing.
Ilford. The next stop after Manor Park, going toward London. I see what you mean, Inspector.
It might be quite simple. Board a train at Manor Park with a ticket for London, hop off the next stop, Ilford, knowing that Fred and Evelyn Winters will be on the midnight train down from London, wait in a dark driveway. Yes, it might be quite simple. The inspector thinks so, too.
I think we'll ask Davis to stay here a day or two. His ship doesn't sail until day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sergeant, we'll get ourselves a warrant, and you can give his lodgings a thorough going over.
Sergeant Holloway took 3 men with him and gave Jimmy Davis his furnished room a very thorough going over.
Take everything apart, men. Put it all back together again so the fellow won't know we've been here. We're looking for any article of clothing with a trace of blood on it. And for a knife about 6 inches long. Also, watch for evidence of Davis's associations with women.
3 points. Blood, a knife, and women. On point 1...
everything's clean. He must have missed the stain the inspector spotted on his overcoat.
On point 2...
nothing. Absolutely nothing to indicate the man ever touched a knife.
And as for point 3...
it's a gold mine, Inspector. Davis had a special box full of letters. I didn't take the time to read them. One look at the signature on all of them was enough.
Ever yours, Evelyn.
Interesting reading. Not nice, but interesting. Darlingest, I can't explain it. I looked up digitalis in a medical dictionary at the library. It's a cumulative poison. Put it in Freddie's tea, but it had no effect. He just complained that it tasted...
I've given it to him for a week now. I'm afraid to make the doses any larger. But I'll think of something else because I cannot live without seeing him. I took an electric bulb and broke it and powdered the glass. Freddie likes lots of sugar, and I never use sugar. Maybe this will work. I think he suspects I'm up to something. The glass didn't work either. Be patient, darling. He'll never give me a divorce.
But I'll find a way. No one will ever suspect. There must be a way. We've got to be together, and we shall be as we were once. Only without fear. Ever yours, Evelyn.
Nice girl, wasn't she? Poison, powdered glass. Ever yours, Evelyn. Inspector Bell called in Sergeant Holloway.
Yes, sir?
The letters. They'll go fine in court after we put the 2 of them together someplace and after we've found the weapon.
Davis says he hasn't seen her in months, and she insists on the same thing.
In one of the letters, she mentions meeting him at a tea room in the city. I'll cover that. You get down to Southampton to the Morania. Talk to the crew. Get everything you can on Davis. Check?
Yes, sir. Check.
In the tea room, Inspector Bell found an obliging waitress with an excellent memory.
Tall, you say, sir? Auburn hair? Greenish eyes? Well, now, let me think a minute, sir. Yes, there was a woman comes in here, very good looking, if you like that kind of colouring.
Many men do.
Well, one man does. The one that comes in here with this woman. Afternoons mostly, from early tea. He's young. Oh, younger than she is, that's my guess. Well, very nice looking.
Have you heard any names?
Once it was... Yes, once I heard her call him Jimmy, darling.
I see. Tell me, have they been in here recently? Say, in the last day or so?
Oh, I think so. I seem to remember... Yes, the day before yesterday it was.
Do you think you'd know them again? In a crowd, perhaps?
Yes, sir. I'm sure now. Why, sir? Are they in trouble with the police? I wouldn't want to put nobody in trouble, not if I could help it.
In trouble with the police? Well, a little. Just a little. If you call a growing sum of evidence in a murder case trouble. And it was growing. Sergeant Holloway went to Southampton.
I gather from some of the other men that Davis was never too sociable, right? Ever show you any of his hobbies?
Well, he didn't have any that I know of.
Not, say, wood carving or anything like that?
Oh, I never saw him use a knife on wood.
Oh, he owned a knife.
Oh, yes, sir. Slick-looking blade it was. Carried it in a sheath on his belt. He liked to keep it pretty sharp, too.
I see. Well, thank you, Carter. Thank you very much.
But there are two themes here. They must be resolved together. A woman who followed the pattern of a sly, careful poisoner. A man who once owned a sheath knife. The planning of a careful crime. The execution of a crime of violence. Did the two themes come together on that midnight street in Ilford? Was Jimmy Davis waiting behind the hedges? Did Evelyn Winters know he was there? Know that she was leading her husband to his death? There were answers to these questions somewhere. Inspector Bell went quietly and methodically about the business of getting those answers.
I'm glad you could come in to see us, Mrs. Winters. I've been hoping to be able to help us.
Oh, is that so, Inspector? I wish I could help you.
My office is just along this hall. Yes, we're rather up a tree. A most difficult kind of case. Unless we can find someone with a motive somewhere, it may go unsolved. Oh, there's Sergeant Holloway.
Sergeant Holloway?
Yes, you remember him. He's working with me. He may have a question or two. There he is, in this office with the glass panel door, talking to someone.
Oh, no. Jimmy.
Come in a minute, Mrs. Winters.
No. No, I won't. I know the man Sergeant Holloway is talking to. He knows me.
Yes, Mrs. Winters? We know he knows you.
Jimmy told you?
I asked the question, Mrs. Winters. Are you in love with Jimmy Davis? Did you plan to kill your husband that night in Ilford?
Oh.
We know a lot, Mrs. Winters. We want to know. If you held your husband while Davis stabbed him, did you decoy your husband? Did you tell Davis to be there? How long have you been in love with him? How long have you tried to...
Questions. They came thick and fast. Now the inspector took her into his office. The stenographer waited. She was warned, and the questions poured out around her as she sat there, pinioned by the inspector's quiet voice. Until...
All right, I'll tell you. I was in love with Jimmy, but I didn't plan the murder. Jimmy did that. He did it on his own. He jumped out of the driveway and struggled with poor Freddie. Fred fell down. Jimmy ran away. I had nothing to do with it. Nothing.
A nice girl, a really nice girl with willpower. They showed her the letters in her own handwriting, but she stuck to her story.
I had nothing to do with it. Nothing.
And Jimmy Davis, still in love with this woman. Jimmy denied the letters, too.
Evelyn didn't know a thing. I waited for them. I wanted to make Fred give her a divorce. He tried to hit me, and we fought. I used the knife. It was self-defense, but I got scared. I threw the knife into the sewer grating and ran away. Evelyn didn't know a thing. We didn't see each other for months.
What about the waitress who will identify you, Jim Davis? What about your buddy and his story of the sharpening of a knife? What about the letters? What about the woman? Is she worth it?
Evelyn didn't know a thing. She had nothing to do with it.
Sorry, Davis. It's no use. You'll be tried together, and the chances are you'll hang together.
Well, that's the story. That's how they wound up the case. And today, in case you're interested, you'll find that sheath knife in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Murder is always ugly. And in this case, the motive was heedless, reckless passion. And the ugliness was amplified by the long planning, the cruelty, and finally, by the end of the story, Evelyn Winters died badly, unable even to manage the numbness of fatality which comes to so many murderers on the scaffold. She collapsed, had to be carried to the gallows, supported there by 2 jailers. The hangman, by the way, resigned his job shortly afterwards. And to the end, despite the letters, despite the evidence, Jim Davis tried to take all the blame on himself. But justice and death both were equal in this case. And the sheath knife remains in its customary place in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. Now, until next time, till another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ira Marion, with music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.